Okay, good afternoon, folks. Hope everyone is well. Karina, good morning to you. Jan, how you doing? Okay, my apologies about yesterday. We had electricians in finishing off. Look at this, finishing off the electrical work for the. It did work that. Well, it looked like it was going to work. Finishing off the electrical work for the solar panels we've had fitted. So we had the power off for about 2 hours. We had a couple of fans fitted as well, so it was on, off. So I decided not to trade in the end. So, okay, so I looked at that one. Big bar. I actually got in on a different chart up here, but I got out just for a point. I got in a bit late. I actually got in on this chart, the 15 range bar. I got in a little late and it started to come back, so I jumped out for 50. It did work in the end, but trouble is I don't like trading the open. Sometimes it can flicker around a bit, but it is clearly with a leg up, with a break new high. It looks like a triple test, but as I say on here, the bar was massive, so I just left it in the end. So Lucas, how you doing, bud? Happy to see you would join the range bar gang. Absolutely, mate. I think it's a great chart. I actually think that was quite a nice looking trade. Clearly 2 legs up. But as we're coming up to the open and we've already had a break of the channel and the new low, you've just got to be a little bit careful. Is it going up? Is it coming down? How you doing, Tony? Yeah, we had electricians in yesterday all day. So power was off for about 2 hours, from around about up until about 3:30 in the afternoon. And then I just had to clear loads of mess up then where they'd been sort of drilling. They put like a circuit box on the wall, which was attached up in the loft to the solar panel. So it was just brick dust everywhere. So I spent probably an hour actually sorting all that out. So I didn't want to end up, my wife's doing the violin. So I didn't want to mess around with it going on and off. As you guys know, I've got these. I have got now a code for Tradeify. When I say a code, it's a link in the description. So if you do use it, it's appreciated. So there is a link in the description of the video. And I've got 4 of those at the moment in 2 Apex PA accounts. So I'm up to 6 accounts. So far, so good. But I do like these Tradeify accounts. It does frustrate me taking evaluations now. So I'm going to try and, well, the first time I get a payment, I'm going to add to that Tradeify. You can only have up to 5. But you newer guys, if there's any newer guys in who are still recycling a lot of evaluations and struggling to get a payout, I wouldn't even consider those at the moment. You want cheap and cheerful. So shame that. I think Mackle Market, I don't think was a bad trade at all. But when it triggered and started to work up, you got to ask yourself the question, we've already had a break. Now, when you do have a break and a new low, a lot of times market can reverse. So for me, it was just one of those questionable ones. I would tend to feel better about a lower high, but we didn't really get one as such. There's no code, bud. You've just got to follow the link. There's a link in the description of the stream. They won't give you a code until you've hit a certain amount of revenue. I don't know, perhaps it's just how they do it. But there is 35% off. So it works out $320. Well, by the time I've messed around with 5 evaluations and then the PA fee, it's costing me $300 anyway. And it just, I got to say, I do think taking evaluations an absolute pain in the arse at the moment. I trade them aggressively, and it's frustrating when you get them close to 3,000. But another thing I like, I didn't realise up to a few days ago, is when you get the say, let's pick the 50,000 account. When you get that to $3,000, you can withdraw 2,000. You can't do that with Apex. The most you can withdraw if you get the account to 3,000 is 900. So I like him. Let's have a look. I don't see the link. Let me just have a look. Bear me a second. Let me just have a look 1 second. I'll put it in last night, I'm sure I did. You might hear me a second. Let me just turn the volume off. Have a look. That's weird. It's not there, is it? Can I add to this? Sworn I did it. Bear me a second. I think I can sort this out. I think I know what happened. I think I did it yesterday's. Bear me a second. I'll get it for you. Affiliate dashboard. There it is there, bud. I'll pop it on later, but that's the Tradeify one there. I might have put it on yesterday's and I just deleted yesterday, so I'll make sure I copy it over so it's there anyway. But I just find by the time I've messed around with blowing evaluation after evaluation, you can just jump straight onto live. So I've got 4 at the moment. There's my 4 there. And 2 PA accounts. So I like them. It's got a nice dashboard. Excuse me, a nice dashboard as well. Let me see if I can just add it to the description. Nothing I can do really at the moment. We've made a new extreme here. Kind of looks sideways as well. So let me see if I can go into manage. It should show now. I've saved it, so fingers crossed. Let me just have a look. Oh yeah, you can see it now. There it is. I've just added it. Where is it? There. I've just added it now. So, but I've put it on the screen as well. So let me just get rid of that. There you go. Excellent. Let's have a look. At this point, you should give Take Profit Trader a chance. Yeah. The only thing, well, there's 2 different sides of the coin, isn't there? Take Profit Trader, I think, are on probably seem to rate as one of the best out there. Now, obviously, you've got an evaluation process there. The difference about Tradeify, I wouldn't take the evaluations on the Tradeify. The only reason I'm using Tradeify is because they're straight to funded. And the trouble is with Take Profit Trader, you've got to go for a valuation period. What is it? I think it works out at $119. That's the total price, which is not bad at all if you pass it, but if you fail it, it's an expensive evaluation. Now, I'm hoping more companies go down the straight to funded route. But because I trade aggressively, I just tend to blow loads of valuations. And I think for me personally, it works out cheaper. I can get straight on. And the other thing that attracts me as well is when you get to 3,000, you can withdraw 2,000. So that's kind of what I like. But my plan is to have 5 straight to funded Tradeify accounts, 5 Take Profit and 5 Apex. So that's what I'd like. I'd like to diversify a bit. I think it's important. You never know what's going to happen in this industry, but you are right in what you say. They have a very good record. Now, I did see the CEO, who I believe is an ex-professional hockey player. I did see him interviewed maybe a month, 6 weeks ago on, I think one of the, the ginger-haired guy, BDH. It'll come to me. I saw him being interviewed and I liked him. He came over really nice. So I was impressed with him. So, yeah, they are definitely on my list. I just don't want to pay $120 for an evaluation at the moment. I know there's no fee. I want to get out this habit of trading aggressively and hopefully, I'm not sure about this, hopefully, Tradeify is a straight to funded account. They're a very, let me just open the dashboard. You probably will have seen them. I know, let's have a look. There's my dashboard there. Straight to funded. So let's just have a look at the main, let's have a look at the pricing. So that's the pricing on it. Now you can deduct 35% off there. So I've chosen those which after the 35% off, it works out at $320. You have a trailing drawdown of 2,000, which is a little bit less than Apex, but it's end of day. So I think that helps. It's got a consistency rule of 20%, which I think again is okay. If you're aiming to grow the account to 3,000, that gives you a cap of about $600 a day. Now you can earn obviously a lot more than that, but you've got to think about that 20% rule. But I like the end of day drawdown. That mitigates that extra 500 drawdown that you get with Apex. But when you get this account to $3,000, you can withdraw 2,000. And if you do take this, you're up and running quickly, and you're straight trading live. So I like that, and I also like the dashboard. It's very much like that's not it. Sorry, the journal. I love the journal. It looks like so let's have a look. There's my journal. It shows you how much you've got per accounts. Blah blah blah. And to me it looks very much like TradeZella. So I like this. I like it. It shows you what you've done today, but it's not for everyone. If you're still blowing accounts and still learning, I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. You want to stick to cheap. But if you're managing to get to payouts and you want to top up some accounts, I actually like them. I'll take profit. Yeah, 30% off. I've got something on my screen with Take Profit Trader. That takes it down to, I think, $119, and there's no fee. So the only thing that is this continuing down, I think it might be. There is a second entry short there. My only concern is it's just a little bit stacked up there. And now I have a look before I take a trade. I just have a quick look on here. This is the 15 range bar, and this just zooms out a little bit. Now I wouldn't take a trade there, although it is a second entry long and it may work, but it's not a second entry short there. But on the 10 range bar, it is just, but I'm sitting tight. I like to have a quick look at that 15 range bar before I get into a trading. Now it is working by the looks of things, which is fine. But on the 2000 tick chart, it's a little bit congested, so it could pop up for a liquidity grab there. We've got a leg up. So I kind of like to quickly glance at all three of the charts, but you can see there it's a bit sideways. So I wouldn't want to get into a short here at the moment. Hence, I'm leaving this. I don't think it was a terrible trade. It clearly worked. But on the 15 range bar, I wouldn't have taken that bar. Having said that, it is a failure, but it's just not come down enough. And not only that, if you'd have taken that trade, you may have got some profit. So I'm quite happy just to sit tight at the moment. I want Now I've got these Tradeify accounts, I've kind of got a fresh start, and every time I do screw up and get a fresh start, I like to come back with a renewed sense of discipline. You know, I'm only after a trade a day if I can find it, 2 at best. So I'm quite happy that I've got enough information on this chart, especially with this new range bar, to give me a trade a day at least. But yeah, so it's, and also there, it's a little bit rangy, so you don't know whether, you know, we've actually made now, we did make a new low there, but we made 2 pushes down, so you don't know whether it's going to push up, go sideways, drop out, sort of fake out, and then push up. So in fact, the more it tests that bottom, the more I think actually it wasn't a bad trade. But if I'm not sure, I'm in doubt, I'm happy to just sort of let it go. I think it's better if you're not sure just to skip the trade. The journey is really nice. Save slash. Yeah, it does. It actually really looks like a, let's get up again. It looks like a Tradeify, doesn't it? Where's it gone? That's not it. Where's it gone? It's disappeared. I think I shut it down. When I first read about it, I thought it was expensive. But when I worked out what I was spending with Apex, with failed evaluations, I'm thinking it's no different. So yeah, that's it. So what I see is if I, most of the time, usually, now with the exception we've had, incidentally, if anybody used my code during that 90%, it's really appreciated. I'd just like to thank you now and again. But we don't often get the 90%. But the way I see it with Apex, most of the time I'm paying 80% off. So it's about $35. Now I tend to blow 4 and win the 5th, usually. So if I pay for 5 evaluations, let's do it like this. So 5 times $35 equals, plus at the moment it's 140 for the PA fee. It's costing me 315 for a 50,000 account. Now 509 minus 35% equals, it's costing me $15 more to go straight to funded. And not only that, with Apex, if I get to $3,000, all I can take is $900. Whereas with, if I get to $3,000 with Tradeify, I can take $2,000. So you lose 10%, which takes it down to $1,800. But it's still double the $900 that I can take from some Apex, and it's got a end of day drawdown, and it's got that nice journal. So all in all, I actually prefer it. Tradeify subscription. Yeah, I like Tradeify, don't get me wrong, but it's not cheap. So at the end of the day, you know, you got to take into consideration what you're paying. Now, if you're a trader and you're making significant amounts of money, you've probably got no issue. But I mean, Jan, you've designed your own, so all you need really is something to keep track of things, really. And you don't have to pay. I believe there are a few free ones around. In fact, Apex have got changes coming up. I don't exactly know what they are at the moment, but I've been with Apex now for 2 years, and in all fairness, if ever I've traded, oh, incidentally, you'll notice my May payout and my overall payout's gone up a little bit. I've just had a payout for something that it's taken 5 days or whatever. Let me just find it. Just move this out of the way. So yeah, when was this? Thursday the 29th. So was that today's date? I got this, I think it was yesterday. Another $650 from account, one of the ones before I blew. I've still got that account now, so that sent my May up to 7,725. So 33,000 this year. Obviously minus fees. May's expenses have been relatively high because I spent about $1,200 on the Tradeify. Let's have a look. So yeah, it's all right. I was reading some of those. No, it finished last night, bud. Finished at midnight Eastern time last night. They've not added to it. I didn't think they would. Let's just have a look. Ah, okay. They've extended it for another 4 days. Okay, I didn't realise that. So it's extended. Didn't even know anything about that. 14 hours. So yeah, they extended it. Okay, happy days. So okay, let me just put something on my chart. Apex sailing. So, oh yeah, my mistake. I didn't realise. I'm the first. I haven't had an email, I don't think. Mind you, sometimes it goes into my junk folder. I don't know why. Oh no, tell a lie. I had one 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. Okay, happy days. So let's just put something on my chart there. So, when does it end? 2nd of June, doesn't it? Yeah. And they didn't give you much notice, did they? So just bear with me a second. Sorry about doing this in the way of the screen. Let's just make that a wee bit smaller. It's a little large at the moment. Let's put that there. Okay, yeah, I've only just found out about that. There wasn't there earlier on this morning, so happy days. So excellent. There we go. Yeah, they must have just changed it. So what is going on here? Is there something larger? Not sure about that. I wanted to have a talk to you guys as well about some charts I saw yesterday. Let's do it now quickly. So, as most of you know, I watch Thomas Wade's channel, his video every day, well, the days he makes it, just to see his take on it. So I saw a trade that he marked, well, I say a trade that he marked, a trade that actually looked really good. Now, apparently it was close to the news anyway, but the news didn't have any effect. But I just wanted to show you how he's marked it and how Mac marked it. Now, you may have already seen it and noticed it. But I think it's important to remember, sometimes we need reminding of these things. And one thing I've been guilty of is trying to make channels too big too quick. So there's Thomas Wade. So just going to show Thomas Wade marked this. There it is there. Now, Thomas Wade, if you watch the video, he didn't have any news mention. He marked this as a second entry. Now, I don't know whether he'd take it, but you can see we've clearly got something up here. We've got a break and a couple of pushes to a new high. Strong move below the EMA and we continue down. Now, let me just put that back a minute. So we got a touch here, and a touch there. So that looks okay to me. And we've got what looks like a really nice second entry short. We've got a channel with a break, new extreme, strong push up, clearing out any possible liquidity, and then real kind of rejection. It really dropped back, and that's about 40. So that looks like a nice trade. And if you had that in front of you, there's a fair chance you'd probably take that. So if I move on to Mac's chart, I want to sort of show you how Mac marked it. Quite different, yeah. So this is the same chart. That was the trade there, second entry short. Now, there was a bit of news around here, but it didn't really do anything. So Max got it as just the 3 bars with a break and a new low, and this thing's then moving up. But the way Thomas Wade had it marked touching here, here, and here with a second entry short. It's amazing how things can look different. You look at Thomas Wade's, looked like a good setup. The way Max got it, so that just reminded me, you know, sometimes we need these little reminders. It just reminded me to keep these channels tight and don't automatically assume. They've changed it. PA fees, small, still 130. So they brought it down a little bit, haven't they? It used to be 140, but 130, at least that's a little bit better. But you can see how he's got that nice and tight, whereas Thomas Wade had that as one big channel. So it just goes to show how you can, you know, a chart can look completely different. You'd never take a trade like that now. But on Thomas Wade's, how he had that big channel marked. So it just kind of reminds you to keep these channels tight. And I like little things like that. Sometimes you need these little reminders, don't you? So it's hard to know what's going on here at the moment. I'm not sure here. We've had a break of this and a new low. We made a couple of attempts to push up, and this thing looks like it's going down. Now, we have got some news coming up in about 3 minutes. My news alert come off. I haven't seen it. I don't know. This was a setup at the bar. Are you on about this here? Yeah, we got news coming up, so... And I'm just not sure about this. I don't know whether I like that channel. It's not too bad. Thomas Wade's got it. And as we know, if we don't get down to the bottoms, often we'll have a break. So it's just hard to know whether we're going to get something like that. It's hard to know whether we're going to get something like that. So I'm just not sure about that. But I don't think it was the worst trade in the world. If you keep that tight, the trouble is, if you put it like that, is there a break, or is it's just one of those things, isn't it? It's hard to know, really. Now, you may say we've got this, and that may be the case. I'd say Daniel will probably have it like that. But then I think that the idea with those is to ride them back to the EMA, but there's not a great deal of space. You took on a believer. I close my eyes now on my breath. Yeah, it's not a great setup, I wouldn't say, but it depends how you trade. You know, if I look at this chart, that chart, there's definitely a break and a new extreme. If I was going to take a trade here, for me, it would probably be a lower high, just to give me a better indication. And on the 15 range bar, same again, it didn't look too... I like this because it just... I've noticed sometimes a second entry short on here can fail if it's a bit tight together. So I like to just check that 15 bar range just to check it opens up enough before I take a trade. So if this is a channel, the trouble is, you may argue it may be a channel, but have we touched it enough? Maybe we have. You may even do that like that and bring that down like that. That doesn't look too bad. It's hard to know. Thomas Wade's got it more like that, right on top of that bar. I don't think it matters too much. So we're close to it here. Channel break. So maybe you would expect to push down and touch those lows. But it's not super clear. there is kind of a second entry short here. I'm just not sure at the moment. So medium impact news, that's it done now. So not a huge lot. Now there is kind of two pushes up there. There is a bearish bar and that may work. I'm just not sure about this at the moment. My concern is we have something like that. So look at that bearish bar there. It's triggered, pushed up, but we haven't broke the highs just yet. So that would be a second entry short there, but something about this I don't like. It's a little bit congested on the ES chart, I think. I'm not a fan of that. Well, it's going a bit sideways there, which means it could pop above there. Yeah, it's not great, this. That's a red flag, that is, the fact that it's going sideways. We could get another leg up here. Now, it may work, but that's definitely a red flag there. It's stacking up sideways, so... we may get another attempt at a leg. Now, having said that, someone's put that there like that and brought that down, and that may be the case. In fact, I actually don't mind that at all. Touch, touch, touch. I like that. Did you hear the court ruling about the tariffs? That's why the market spiked earlier. No, I haven't, bud. I haven't, no. It's a bit wicky here. I don't think that's a bad trade there, but single bar's naff anyway. One, two, three, maybe a triple test here. Yeah, so if you'd taken that trade, it stopped you out. As soon as it starts to go sideways like that, well, those 3 bars or 4 bars there going sideways kept me out of that. Trump's tariffs are illegal. Only congestion can, yeah. I didn't know. I didn't know that. So maybe we're having a couple of, it's hard to know here. Now, is that, I actually like that. It fits nice, I think. That's interesting. It's very tempting to take that. I'm just sitting tight at the moment. Something about this I don't like. If you like that, it is kind of a little breakout. It may work. It's just something I'm not a massive fan of. See if we can get a lower high. Second entry short, but for me it was very messy. Yeah, messy is a good word. Now it may work, it looks like it is, but it's a bit wicky, and not only that, depends if you've got this in a break. If you've got this in a break, it may be going up. So there's always that possibility there's something like that. But if we get a lower high, I don't think it's a bad option, that, because we've got a leg down, and this looks like another leg down, but you'd have to get a lower high, and I don't think you're going to get one. Once it gets below there, it'll give it an extra push, I think. Looking clearly like 2 legs. Yeah, there you go. That was... Once it broke below there, see, it was going to have a little push. Too late for a lower high there, so it did work, that. I don't think it was the worst trade in the world, to be honest with you, but it did look a little bit messy. So, yeah, clearly 2 legs down. So, the way that's reacted off there, I actually like that. So, yeah, I don't think it was a terrible trade. It was clearly a second entry short, but I don't like these wicks. I'd have preferred that to go a little bit more sideways. What I wasn't sure about it is it could have been going up like this. If it had been going sideways, I'd have considered that a failed breakout. I still kind of do, but it's just, I don't like the fact that it's got a little bit of upwards momentum, and that kind of what put me off a bit. But if we go sideways and have that breakout, that's often a great trade to ride down, and look how well it worked. I mean, that thing's gone down. It's got to be 15 points, isn't it? Near enough, not far off, certainly 14 points. That'll mark it for sure. Yeah, the only thing I didn't like is the fact that it was going up a little bit, so you just don't know. What did it look like on here? I don't think it looked too bad. I don't know sometimes whether I'm a little bit too overcautious. It looked pretty good there. But on the range chart, the 15 range chart, is it a bit, you know, because I had this with a break, 2 pushes to a new low, so you don't know. It's a bit congested there. I don't like when it's tight. So it's just one of them things, isn't it? Perhaps I'm overcautious sometimes. Racked into yeah. Okay, so I'm assuming you're talking about the tariffs, why that shot up, didn't it shoot up? I mean, that thing, so we opened here, dropped down to here, and then it took off 80 points, more or less, straight up. And then, as usual, we kind of recover all of it, actually, and a bit. So I think then there's a good chance, if this is kind of ranging, that we push up. I can't see this being much more bearish. Let's just have a quick look at the daily. So wow, look at that. So that's the daily. So we took off this morning, broke any particular any recent highs there, and then we've dropped back down. So are we now going to have 2 attempts to push lower? If we've had the news about the tariffs being illegal, you think that would give the market a kickstart. It certainly did overnight. Now I'm assuming that's when the ruling was, or was it? Not sure, but that's pretty bearish, isn't it? But are we just going to maybe push up a bit, have a pullback? You don't know whether people are taking profits here, see, which may create that bit of a pullback. It may trigger below it and push up the next day, or it may just push down a bit further and take off. It's hard to know, really. So that's how I had that initially. The only thing is now we've had a bit of an overshoot, and we've broken the highs there. So some traders may take an overshoot with a higher low. There is one here. but it's not one of my strong points, that, so I tend to avoid it. There is kind of 2 legs down there. But that higher low is triggered and it's already on its way back. So it's like, I don't like taking those. I'm not particularly good at them. So it's something I just tend to avoid. I find them a bit hit and miss. So there may be a small break there. So it may work. Looks like it's going to. Yeah, so is that an overshoot or is it not an overshoot? Actually fits quite nice. It may not be an overshoot because it doesn't fit too bad along the midline. So, but I think it's certainly worth paying attention to the fact that it may be one. In fact, it actually looks okay with the overshoot. Tough on that, isn't it? You took that long, did you? Yeah, it's hard to know if it's not an overshoot, and it doesn't look terrible. So it may continue down a bit. I just don't know. It's probably in a runner. Let me have a look. Has he actually taken a trade, has he? I don't think he's taken a trade. Not sure. Yeah, someone said 10,000 fits well with an overshoot. And it's actually pushed down now, stopped anything out there. So now is it going to pop up? It's hard to say. This is a part of my trade, a part of my trading that I'm not particularly good at, overshoots. I just tend to avoid the next trade after an overshoot. But I think I've heard Daniel say in the past that what he'll do is extend it. If it fits nice on the midline, he may not consider it as an overshoot. So, but the 10,000 tick chart is showing as an overshoot. Yeah, it is. So I don't know. It's a tough one, isn't it? I think sometimes it's better to assume it is, and that way you may just stay out of a losing trade. I'm not in a rush to trade anyway. I'd rather get it right. And if I'm not sure, so there are gaps in my experience, stuff that I've avoided in the past, which I suppose in time I may pick up. Dan and Thomas Wade have quite different thinking. They have massively different thinking, don't they? Dan is very much like Mac, isn't he? I'm going to say Thomas Wade has more losses than Dan. Now he goes for a little bit more points, but he does take losses, Thomas Wade. But at the end of the day, it's about, do you make money? Are you consistent, and can you survive the losses? And he can. So the fact that they trade slightly different, it's not a major issue, I don't think. But yeah, Dan is very much like Mac, isn't he? And Thomas Wade he's more like me, I think. Tends to open up trades maybe a bit soon. I don't know. Yeah, he goes for 6 ticks. I think Thomas Wade goes for between 8 and 10 ticks, I think, still. So it will make a slight difference. It depends. It's so much as well about how disciplined are you, to turn down trades if you're not sure. It's hard, really, isn't it, trading? There's kind of no one shoe fits all. You kind of just have to, I suppose we've all got different ways of looking at price. We all kind of see the same picture, but, I suppose if you ask 2 people to try red wine, now red wine's made from grapes, as we know, but they all have kind of different tastes. There's kind of different, depending on, it's same with whiskies. generally they all use the same. It's all made the same way, but there are slightly different variations on the type of water you use. You think water's water, don't you? Whiskey's all made with barley, malted barley, but different waters. The copper cylinders that they're brewed in, and a lot of the times, when they're heated up and it evaporates and all this sort of stuff. So this, there's different kind of ways of looking something, but we all kind of drinking the same stuff. You want a high or low. So this to me would be a counter trend trade going along at the moment, because at the moment price is still bearish. Now, whether it's broken the lows and it is going to continue to push up, that may be the case. And it may be an overshoot, but you never know. If it's not an overshoot and you go long, it may come down and sting you. So for the foreseeable future, or at least maybe the next 10 or 15 minutes, I have to assume price is still bearish at the moment. So it's a tough one, isn't it? I'm pretty good at staying out of counter trend trades. It's not something I've ever really done unless I'm trading stupidly on an evaluation. Then I seem to do it for some odd reason. So yeah, my guess is Dan would probably mark that as not an overshoot. But I like to assume it is and just avoid any shorts just at the moment. Let's see if Dan's marked any type of a chart yet. He's had it initially from here, but now we add this, he may move that. Well, we'll see. Someone's actually put their chart like that and asked him, what does this look like? So it's hard to know here. I mean, I would avoid a short here personally because of this. I wouldn't go long personally because of the general overall downtrend. Just a quick note as well. He won't mind me mentioning it, I don't think. Sam, 5 traders, just had a baby boy. He won't mind me telling people. Yesterday. Quite small, actually. £15 something. £5 something. So, yeah, congratulations to Sam. Now your life changes. Now things get harder. Now you realise what lack of sleep's all about. Lance, earlier I saw a bar code and thought it wasn't stacked because no doges. Do you distinguish stack like that? Stack to me, I suppose, is when it goes sideways and I don't get a clear feeling for it. So this is what I consider stacked, sort of sideways a bit, kind of not knowing where it was going. So just really congested going side by side here. That's why I wouldn't have taken that trade, although technically you could say it was a failure, but it triggered it. Stacked and a bit congested. Sometimes when it does this, it will break out before it goes in the direction it clears and it stops out. So that's kind of what I would consider as stacked, more just sideways. Same again there, stacked. We did have a break above it and then it did come down. But yeah. If any parents are out there, they know what it's like having kids, don't they? It's great, absolutely brilliant, scary, but brilliant. You think you worry about your parents or your dogs. It's quite nothing until you know what it's like to be worried about kids. So good on you, Sam. At least we know he's not a Jaffa. So that actually doesn't look terrible, does it? Definitely working kind of in that midline. Look how well it's working along that midline. So it's hard to say there. In fact, I think it's more or less the same as this. So there was no real setup there anyway, and after that overshoot, I always like to avoid it. I'm guessing it probably isn't an overshoot now. So it does seem to be, it's hard to know what's going on here now. Yeah, there's no real setup there, to be honest with you, is there? Just push up, we got a doji, and then sort of down it comes. You never quite know. Trouble is, if after an overshoot, sometimes you can get stuck in a second entry short and you may get a wider correction. How long would have been a huge counter trend? Yeah. As tempting as it is sometimes, you think. I know that sometimes the instinct when we bounce off the bottom of a channel is to go for a long, but for some reason, it rarely works. You know, I was thinking about this earlier, thinking about my trading and my decision making. And trading, when you think about it, the practice of trading is simple. Couldn't be easier. You wait for a setup, you take the setup, you commit, unless maybe it goes sideways and you decide to get out, you commit. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you move on and do the same. Rinse and repeat. Find a setup, a good setup that you really like, take the trade. Trade is not about being perfect. It's not about winning every trade. It's about finding a trade, taking a trade, and repeat. The trouble is there are certain things you need. You obviously need the skill to read the charts. That will massively go in your favour. And you need to have that emotional control, or enough of it, to not jump in and revenge trade when prices don't go your way. But the practice of trading is simple. Once you've got the rest sewn up, it's pretty simple. Now, I've always been a kind of a all or nothing kind of person, so I've had to try and remind myself that it's not about being perfect. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to jump in and realise you've made a mistake and lose a trade. You know, especially in fast-moving markets, you don't have a lot of time to think. So it's okay to make a mistake. And you take a silly impulsive trade. You know, it's not... Trade is not about making mistakes. You're going to make mistakes with human beings, but it's about accepting the fact that it's okay to make a mistake and not to panic and revenge trade. Now, as we know, it's very, very hard to do that. And it takes a lot of time, but the more you mess around, you mess up, you make mistakes, you learn a bit more, you get a little bit more control, you slowly get better and better. So if people are struggling, I notice a big difference in how I trade now and how I accept losses compared to how I used to. I used to panic 19 times out of 20 and blow accounts. I don't do that as much now. I managed to hold on to those accounts for the best part of 5.5 months or 5 months or whatever. And I kind of knew it was on the cards last week, but I got over it quick and I moved on. You know, maybe a year and a half ago, it would have taken me 2 weeks of just frustration and feeling down and miserable. So you do get better at it. It just happens very slowly and you don't obviously notice it. So, you know, if you are finding things hard and you are blowing accounts, don't just assume you're crap at it and give up. It's a very slow process, but if you just stick at it, you can't help but improve. You can't help but get used to the emotions. You know, if you jump out of, I've mentioned before many times, you jump out of an aeroplane for the first time, I guarantee you're going to shit bricks. I know, because I've done it. But the more you do it, the less of an effect it has on you. The emotions get under it within check and they get manageable. So don't feel bad about making mistakes. Don't get frustrated and annoyed with yourself because I shouldn't have made a mistake. You are going to make mistakes. You just kind of have to just think, okay, well, it's happened and move on. Sometimes I get frustrated. My charts of trade don't match up to max. Yeah, there's a lot, absolutely 25 plus years. I tell you something now, Daryl, you'll be getting better every week you do this. You just don't notice it as much because you don't focus on what you've learned. You focus on how shit you feel when things don't go your way. So a lot of the time we focus on the negative as opposed to reminding ourselves that we've spent a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever the case may be, working hard, getting kicked in the face multiple times and still coming back for more. If you can do that and you can keep coming back, it tells me you've got the stones for this business. But just because you've got the stones for it doesn't mean you can skip the process. You still have to go through that learning curve of getting used to the emotions. You know, the more times you blow stuff, sooner or later, in the end, your mind's going to go, it just ain't working this way, and things will start to stop. I know, because if I look back on the way I used to trade and the amount of accounts I used to blow 12 months ago, there's no comparison. So, you know, because I'm all or nothing, I've had to learn to forgive myself when I make a mistake. So if you make a mistake, just accept the fact that you're a human being, and you're a human being with a lot less experience than the likes of Mac. And we looked at that video, didn't we, a week or two ago, of Mac taking that trade. He didn't always trade the way he trades now. So it's okay to make a mistake. You know, just accept the fact that you're a human being and don't beat yourself up. Don't be hard on yourself. You stick at this, you keep coming back, you can't help but improve. So looking at possibly a triple test here, but that is quite, I'm just not getting involved in a triple test here at the minute. Is it going to continue down? It's hard to say. Have we got an overshoot? It's hard to say. I don't think so. But yeah, don't feel too bad if you make a cock up and you think, I shouldn't have made that mistake, or I jumped in a bit too premature. You know, just, it's very fast moving markets. There's a lot of pressure on us. You know, we've not got the luxury of being taken on by a big investment bank. We've got the best, most experienced traders in the world, the best experience in the business, you know, the most up-to-date equipment, the most tried and tested methods. We've got it tougher than they have. They get employed, they get taught, they get guided, and they get paid. We don't. We have to find our own way. So it's a damn sight harder. And we deserve to be where we are way more than an institutional trader. So just keep that in mind. Sorry about that. Sorry if I'm rabbiting on today, but, you know, sometimes when I feel like I've got to say it helps me talking about these things. I like it when I remind myself and I learn a few things. Just looking at those two charts yesterday, the one that Thomas Wade marked and the one that Mac marked, and it just reminds me, just keep those channels tight and you'll avoid extra bad trades. And every time you lose a trade, something in your brain, won't forget it, and it's keep chipping away at that skill level, and sooner or later you'll carve out a masterpiece, and you'll really start to make some good money, and life will get better, and the stress won't get to you as much, and then sooner or later you'll be doing a job as a full-time trader and earning the good money, and you'll probably forgotten about all the shit you went through. Stay out more important than the reasons to get. Absolutely. Never feel bad about leaving a trade. A smart trader, if he's not sure, will let a trade go. And even if it goes on to win, don't think, damn, I could have had that money. No. The sensible actions to take is, if you don't like a trade for whatever reason, don't take it. That shows, and I'm happy when I do that, even if it wins, because it shows I've got enough self-control to think and to avoid it before jumping in. Because if you jump in and you lose, the next trade will only cover what you've lost, maybe even a bit more than that. Do you think trading with a strategy is actually profitable? And if I invest my time into learning it, it's possible to succeed? Absolutely 100%. And I'll tell you what else I believe as well. All strategies work. The problem is with the strategy is the human factor. Once you put that human factor into a strategy and money and risk and emotions come into it, that's when things go wrong. There's 1,000 different strategies out there and the rest, and they all more or less trade the same way. So all you've got to do is find a strategy that works, and I'm 100% convinced Mac's strategy works. I know because I've done it for 4.5 years or 4 years with Mac. And I've seen it happen many a times. Now, the reason it's taken me so long to start to make money is because of emotions and that skill factor. But I think people think if they've done a strategy for a year and it's not making them money, it's time to find a new one. It's not. The strategy is the easiest bit. In fact, you'll even find your own strategies. It's sitting in front of these charts long enough to understand how price works. And when you see how price works, you'll find your own strategies, and you'll tweak them to work yourself. But people think if a strategy is not working for 12 months, I'll move on. It's not. You need to learn the skill of reading the charts. And along that time period you're doing that, you also need to experience what it's like to feel emotionally connected to trading. And you need to slowly get better at it. I'm pretty sure the first time a Premiership football player goes out in Wembley in front of 80,000 people, his arse is winking like a good one. But once he's done it every Saturday for 2 years, it's anything that makes you really nervous and gets that anxiety flowing, whether it's jumping out of a plane, whether it's rock climbing, I don't know, whether you're a 16-year-old and you're going out on your first date, anything like that gets those juices flowing and those emotions, you're going to find hard to control them. Most of us in the past have been through breakups, whether it's relationship breakups. Now, I talked about my sister-in-law that we're going back now. It was about 7 years ago. She'd been with a guy for 15, 18 years, and all of a sudden he upped and left her. And she's quite a strong woman, and all of a sudden, absolutely in tears and broken down. Can't control those emotions. Now, happily in another relationship, moved on. Why is that? Because she got used to it. Once something happens and you have to live with it every day, like a breakup, you're not going to be in tears, you're not going to be angry, you're not going to be you're going to go through all those emotions. But after time, you're going to get used to it. The outcome hasn't changed, but you're going to get used to it till it doesn't bear the same effect on you. And it's the same with anything that has an impact on your life, whether it's a breakup of a marriage, whether it's learning to be a skydiver and jumping out of a plane, or, I don't know, bungee jumping, or whatever you do that's scary and gets those nerves and emotions going, takes time. But you can't do the same thing day in, day out, and it has that same effect on you. Sooner or later, it's going to subside. You got that short? Yeah, I thought strongly about it. I would have wanted a lower high. Channel break, new high. Did bounce off here. My only slight concern is, have we still got an overshoot? Is this just going to do that and push up? But yeah. And it actually, see, the trouble is on this chart, it might be a small breakout, but Actually, it probably isn't. I was looking at it and pay attention, but picking tops of these, I always like to wait for a lower high. Now, there was a lower high on here. My only slight concern is that it's above that EMA, so I just not a major fan. But good on you, Jan. Sometimes you have got to be quick with these things. What was the size of it? So tick above, tick below. Yeah, it's still the best part of 5 points. Now, well, 4.7-ish. As Max says, he's not concerned about the size of the signal bar if you're confident in the trade. Let's see if we may get a failure here or something. Oh, yeah, see, Thomas Wade's got that as a break, small break. Okay, he's put his to up here. I like that. Touch, 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 touch. 4 perfect touches, and it fits nice on the middle line, so I don't think that is a break. So, I'm just going to get an order ready up here, just in case, because we've got a possible second entry short here. This does look bearish. I'm just going to see what happens here. Got no news now. All the news is done and dusted.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't like the fact that it's doing this. Yeah, I mean, the strategy is the easy bit. You can teach someone what a second entry short is in 5 minutes, but it's applying it to the correct context. Context is everything. It's so much more important than the strategy. I can draw a second entry short here and you'll understand what it is, but applying it at the right time, that's the key, and that's where it takes years of experience. And that's the same with every strategy, really. There was a strategy I noticed that the market was doing something. I noticed it 6 months ago and started mentioning it, and someone said it's a Al Brooks setup. Now, how did he get that strategy? It wasn't handed down to him on tablets 1,000 years ago. It comes from sitting and watching price and noticing markets do the same thing over and over again, and it's just finding the right time to take advantage of it. Excuse me, just 1 minute. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay, let's see what happens here. I don't like the fact that we've only gone so far down. We have bounced off it again, but I don't want to automatically jump in here. I'd rather wait for a lower high. Something about this I don't like. We need a failure, really. Yeah, it's just having the confidence and the belief in the strategy to when you see a setup, take it. And that'll just come in time and experience. You'll just get better and better and confident, and you'll just jump into a trade. If it works, great. If it doesn't, you'll move on. But obviously, you know, the plan is the better you get at reading the charts, the less trades you'll lose, and probably the less trades you'll take. Now, there is a lower high here, but it's stacking up a little bit. We've got 3 bars side by side now. So there's something about this I don't like. Demonstrates trading at the 2 minute, the 1 minute. I'm going to have to pay a bit more attention to our Brooks, actually. There's just nothing else I can do at the moment. We need a failure here, really. ATR now. I got 12 ticks instead of 4. Yeah, Al Brooks has an end of day video, but he doesn't do it himself, does he? Oh, sometimes. Okay, yeah, I know sometimes I've looked at it and someone else does it, so I'm thinking it might just be someone else using his strategy. Is this going to go down here? A failure on here wouldn't be a bad option. As we've come off the tops there, I was just surprised it only got so far down and had a strong pullback. You're in his chat room, Al Brooks. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's supposed to be the godfather of price action. He certainly comes over as a very intelligent guy. I think to the point where he's kind of boring. A lot of people say he's hard work and boring. I think he's just very intelligent. Yeah, I mean, if you learn from Al Brooks, you're not going to go far wrong. It doesn't matter who you learn from ultimately, as long as they're good at what they do. It's one of those things, you need guidance with this business, but ultimately you need the experience. It's not strong pushing down at the moment. I think it probably is, but it's not. See, we have broken overnight, so you don't know whether it's going to go up, bounce twice, and then start to move up. It's always possible. It's always possible it could start to range, which means it may bounce off this area. Look at the moment. Got overnight lows there. We've broke below it, pushed above it, and we could get a bounce. I just don't like the fact that didn't come down from the top. I thought it would have done. We've been at the bottom, no issues, but yeah, just got to be a little bit careful down here because it may bounce. If you draw a line from the overnight lows there, look what's happened to bounce, possible bounce. So you've got to be a bit careful with a short here. It may not make a damn bit of difference, but I think you've got to pay attention. Could be a bounce, and it may try to push up. I'm going to have to check out Al Brooks. Mind you, I've said that before. It's having time, really. I mean, I always look at my chart after and mark it up. I always look how the other streamers have done. I always look at Mac's chart. I always look at Thomas Wade's chart. I always look on the Facebook group, look at their charts comparing to mine. So I always have that little bit of time in the evening. And trading is never far from my mind. In fact, I'd say probably it's always at the forefront of my mind. Whether that's just because of how trading is. I I have a friend who's got an office block, who rents a big office block, and he's got a couple of spare offices. And I've considered taking one of those offices. Sometimes a lot of times if I trade evaluations, I'll do them later in the evening or at the market open, which is 11 o'clock at night. And sometimes I think I don't get enough from the charts. I don't get away from the charts enough. I need to sort of separate my work time from my kind of family time. So at some point this year, I may decide to take my mate up on his offer and go into a little office. Not a huge office. It's I think it's about 18, 20 foot square actually. So it's actually plenty big enough for what I need it for. It's in a lovely little nice newish office block about a mile and a half from my front door. So it would be suitable. So we've got to move down. 2 attempts to push high. It may still come down, but I'm just being a little bit cautious there because we are bouncing off overnight lows. Okay, so we may be having a breakout here. Okay, there is a second short. It's an inside bar. I'll just be very cautious here. This is trying to push up for me. This is, and it may get above all this. There's bound to be liquidity above there. My gut feeling is at least this area may get taken out. Let's have a look. Could start to range. We may end up getting that. It's hard to say. It could go either way here. Push up. 2 attempts to go lower. Yeah, you have to pause going shorts here at the moment. This is going to have a little pop in a minute, I think. I suppose this depends on how many buyers there are to sellers, but those 2 bounces there, I'd have to tell you to avoid taking shorts. Now, Thomas Wade has got that as a small break. I haven't. It's touching perfect, 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 and perfect, and perfect there. So I actually like mine personally, but this is showing a small break, so I kind of got the best of both worlds at the moment. My gut feeling is if you look at this bar here, there's a bearish bar there and a bearish bar. If it gets above there, which it is now, it may push that bit higher. If it gets above there, there's bound to be some short stops there. And there. It hasn't broken it yet. I don't think it'll be long. It's still holding. Oh no, tell a lie, it has broken above there. Now, this chart here, you could argue there's a triple test there, but there's just something about going short here that doesn't feel right. The fact that we've come off the top and we've only managed to bounce here at overnight lows. So I just can't take a trade here at the moment. Go either way. Yeah, someone said fail second entry short, possibly. We haven't got one. I don't know how I'd feel about taking one. I mean, there'd be some liquidity up here. If there's enough sellers here, it may hold. It's hard to say. But we have closed outside of it. If there's enough sellers there compared to buyers, it may hold. Now there's a failure. I wouldn't want to take a long here, to be honest with you. We've already broke above there. The next bunch of stops for me would be there. Which, depending on how this finishes, doesn't give you a lot of space. It's hard to know at the moment. It could go up, it could go down. You have the same channel. Yeah, I think it fits perfectly. I've gone from here. It's a perfect touch. Perfect, 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 and perfect there in every way. And it fits nice on the midline for me. You can see it there. You can see it there. And here as well. And here. This for me is a toss of a coin whether it goes up or comes down. The fact that we've bounced twice here at overnight lows might say it's probably slightly more in the favour of the longs than the shorts, but nothing you can do it. In fact, while it's figuring this out, I'm getting a bit dry in the mouth, so I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, make a quick cup of tea, everything's shut down, and I'll be back about 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, so it did break out. My gut feeling was it probably was. So there is a failure there. Is that a bad trade? I don't think so. The fact that we've broken down there. Let's take that away. Okay, so that will be 2 pushes up. So I still think there's a fair chance we come down, at least make an attempt to break the low. It's hard to say, really. Depends how you've got this. There is always the possibility, see, we've broken out this. I mean, this may end up being more. I mean, if we get up to the top here, we could kind of be in a range up, down, and up. But we've broke below overnight lows. And pushed up and bounced twice on them. So that would be a red flag to not think about shorts at the moment, and rightly so, because it did push up. So how high it'll go is another matter. Now, you could draw your channel like this. Let's start that again. You may draw your channel like this. No, I can't find a way that we haven't had a break. Now, it may be a small break there, 2 attempts to go low. In a lot of cases, it will push up, and it's funny, those 2 attempts bounce right off overnight lows, so it may continue up. It's hard to say, so I wouldn't automatically be thinking about shorts up here just as yet. That looks attractive all of a sudden now, doesn't it? $2,000 tick chart closes are random, arbitrary. The bar is green or red, it's random too. So we have had a leg up with a correction and another leg up. So is this going to push up to the measured move, or is it going to start to come down, or is it going to completely go up? Tough one at the moment. So that 15 tick range bar, that looks kind of nice. Got a nice fitting channel, relatively nice. 2 clear legs up, bearish bar. May work. Trouble is it's a May at the moment, isn't it? Now, although we have bounced on what I would consider overnight lows, which, well, clearly is, doesn't mean it can't at least make an attempt. But we got a channel here as well. That may make a break, and a new high may hit that measured move before it comes down, or it may just come down. Yeah, so I like having this tick counter next. I know exactly when a bar's going to finish. It is good to know, isn't it? You know, I've noticed sometimes when I've been trading out of hours, a lot of the times the bar will change during the last few seconds. Sometimes I'll see a bar like that and it'll pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. And when that tick counter starts to get close to 200 or less, it'll drop, or vice versa. So sometimes, depending how you're trading, it's never really a good idea to get in until a bar's actually finished. You know, sometimes if I think this is going to go up and I'm trading an evaluation aggressively, if this is starting to push up, I'll be thinking long and I'll jump in. And then when the bar closes, it does the complete opposite. So I think it's always best to wait for a bar to close before you put in. I know we do with this anyway, but it's just a stupid habit I tend to do. I'm trading aggressively. This definitely looks like a leg with a correction to me. So my gut feeling is it's probably at least going to make an attempt to push down. Now, whether it will not, who knows? Yeah. So here we've got a channel with a break, 2 pushes to a new high, bearish bar, we're down below the EMA. So second entry short, lower high. It's a tough one, isn't it? We've got the open here. It's also bounced off the open. So that's bounced twice off overnight lows, and that's had a bounce off the open, whether it's just randomly there. But you can see that open is playing a bit of a part, can't you, there and there? Whether that will make a difference. But after such a big channel down there, to have a break like that and a drop. Now you may say, well, it's had 2 legs, but that's only the break. So you never know whether we're going to do 2 legs up and come down. It's a tough one, isn't it? Most of the time with a big channel like that, we'd have more than just that up and then down. But for me, that's just a couple of legs up. This isn't giving me any indication that this is a channel. It just doesn't look like a channel to me. It's just too finicky. It's too broken up for me to be a channel. Wider channel. Yeah, it just doesn't look like a channel to me. There's a small channel there with a break and a new high, then that looks like a correction with a separate channel. You may even argue that's a bit tighter. In fact, I'll be inclined to say that with a break and 2 pushes doesn't look like a channel to me. It's not consistent enough. I mean, that's my opinion, of course. Yeah, it may kind of fit, but it just looks more like a leg with a correction and a leg. No, obviously could be wrong. Yeah, there'll be liquidity there. Possibly there. This for me is going to push down, clear out some of this liquidity. Now, how far down it goes, I don't know. But also, we've got a bigger channel in play there. And when we have a break of it, more often than not, we make a new extreme. Now, we could still have something like that before it comes back down. It's certainly possible. It's just a bit of a dodgy area here at the moment. I always like to see a bigger break than that, but sometimes it's enough. And then maybe the fact that we've pushed up, we've had 2 bounces, and then a break, and then eventually down. It's just a little bit choppy around this middle bit here. Yeah, see, we got a channel with a break and a new low and a bullish bar here on this 10 range bar, and it's triggered. So if it comes below there, it's quite likely going to hit some more stops. There's probably going to be some stops under there. So if it manages to get below that line, that bar there, it might have a little bit of a push. But my concern is we have kind of something like that. 2 legs, so I won't want to go long or short here, I don't think. If that gets below here, though, it'll clean out stops here. And not only that, what does this look like to you? Shoulder, head, shoulder, which is a bearish pattern now. You know, like Max says, we're not pattern traders, but that pattern does exist. Second entry short here, I don't think will be terrible, because there's going to be a hell of a lot of stops I would have suggested there. But the trouble is, that's the worry I have on this chart. That's why I have the 15-year-old. Sometimes if these setups are very condensed like that, they can fail. That's why I like to see similar sort of setup on the 15 bar range bar as well. In fact, if we had 2 legs from the break, that could take us up to near this measured move. It's hard to say. This may just drop. But this doesn't look like a channel to me, especially now. Channel down, correction. My gut feeling is this is going down. Second entry short now. It's very tempted to take a short there, but I'm just sitting tight here in case we get a second attempt to push higher. Down, across, where do we go now? Down. See that second entry short on that range bar? Didn't work. So I left it. I need a little bit more confirmation what's going on here. So either a failed break out of this or a reaction up here for a second entry. Tempting. It's not, yeah, it's not bad actually. It's not bad, especially now you can see all this. Channel break, new high bearish bar. Yeah, it's not bad at all. What trade did I take? I got into it and then got out of it. I think it was around here. I can't remember now. Was it on this? I think it was there. I can't remember now. Second entry short. I can't remember. I should have marked it. I got into it and then just got out of it for a point. I think it'll show me, will it? If we get below there, that'll give this thing some steam. I don't think that's terrible. Trouble is, we need space before the lows just in case, and we haven't got enough, unfortunately. Not for me, anyway. So, leg down with a break and a leg. Let's see how this reacts to overnight lows. That's that key getting through there. That measured leg is there. We had that bounce there. Is that breakout pullback maybe? It's just a bit choppy here. Still readable. A leg down there with a correction and a leg. I'd have preferred it to break above here though for a breakout pullback. It hasn't as yet. There is a second entry short here. Just not a fan of it. It's just a bit, we got 3 bars side by side here, so it's just hard to say. There's going to be some support there of those couple of bounces, so it may take a bit of getting below there. So at the moment, I'm just sitting tight here. I'm not sure what I think may happen. We have had 2 legs down, although not a full measured move. It's very tempting, this, but I'm going to sit tight here at the moment. There's such a lot of support down there, for me anyway. 2 legs. Yeah, we've got to push up with a good strong bounce. It's very tempting, but I'm just going to sit tight here because it may push up and trigger this bullish bar and get close that EMA before it may go down, which means it'll tick above that bar there and stop that trade out. So it may hold, but for me, I'm just sitting tight. Yeah, so that wouldn't have worked. Now let's see if this now comes down. That would be a better option, I think. It's tempting. It's just a big bar. There's going to be such a lot of support there, I think so. I mean, it's 19 ticks, it don't even finish yet. Tick above, tick below. It's just risking too much. We're at the lows are there anyway, so whether it's going to trigger below, I don't know. I'm just not getting in here at the moment. That one on there, it's clearly stacked. Just not a massive fan of it. Would it have given me points? I'm not sure, actually. Maybe not quite. And now all of a sudden we've had quite a strong move back. So tick below there, what do I go for? 3.2. So we'd have to get to there. So now it's even more stacking up. But there is a lower high there, but I'm just not sure at the moment. It's very tempting, but it's stacking up. So it could pop up. It's hard to know here. Yeah, it's sideways now. It's dangerous. Yeah, this bounce on here for me is there's traders protecting that area. I think if there's some strong buyers there, there's going to be quite a lot of support, and it may just, as soon as it gets close, you don't know whether traders may add into it or what, I don't know. But the fact that we pushed up, 2 attempts to go lower. Now, 1 leg up, 2nd leg up, that might not be a terrible option. You may even argue a triple test, tough one. So if you took that one, their lower high trigger just stopped you out. You took that one, didn't give you the full 3 and 3 points. That's where it would have to bounce for me, and it didn't. It would have stopped me out. So any trades here is just congested. There's a 2nd entry short there. That might not be terrible. Fail break out of here. I'm going to have a go at that.
Order submitted.
It's a fail breakout. Channel down. It's a 2nd entry short. 2 legs up. It's a tough one. A shaver tick off that, I think. If it hits there, it'll break above it, I think. It is a little failed breakout, but it doesn't look like it's working. I may try and get out of this. It may work, but I'd rather get out of it, see if I can get out of it for a tick. Looks to me like it's going to push up. I'm going to get out of this for a loss. What did I lose? $100. It's going to break above there. I've saved myself about $65. I can't see it not breaking above there. I saved myself a little bit anyway, I think. Where's that gone? So at least I lost a little bit less there. It was, I think a tick above it was 160, ended up losing 118. So I saved myself about $75 there anyway. So it just looked like it was pushing up. It is a second entry short. It is a failed breakout. It did look to me like it was doing that. So I didn't mind it. On the Mac indicator on number 4, you can select the first exit to be your take profit and automatically place a line above and below the signal bar. That level, very useful. Is that been there a while or is it recently? Because I've had this, I haven't been with Mac for quite a while now, so whether he's updated that or not, I'm not sure, bud. Where you will get in and out. I'll have to have a look at that. I don't know whether is he updated it or what, I don't know. But it's not activate automatic. Okay, let me take a photo of that. I'll have a look after. I don't think that was that bad, actually. Touch. You can more or less say it's confirming that we've had a couple of legs up and this is working down. But the fact that we've had that bounce there, as I said, you never quite know if we're going to get a bigger move before it works down. But it was a second entry short. But oh well, maybe I should have waited for the lower high there. That's okay. I thought it was a good trade, so I took it. That's fine. It is a fell break out of here. We've got a leg and a leg. Sometimes it'll work, but the fact that we got support down here may have caused that one. Use it. If you look at his chart, you can see. Where am I looking exactly, bud? This is his recent one. Where am I looking? Oh, you're on about the bid and the ask bars there, yeah? Bid and the ask bars, yeah, I know what you mean. I suppose I'll have to have a look. I'll have to have a look later. What I will say is, looking at this from a penguin point of view, we've had a break, 2 attempts to go lower, and a strong push up. So that is a trade he'd probably take, actually, penguin. So same again, we're learning all the time. I didn't think of that, to be honest with you. I was just focusing on the new low, but we've had a break, 2 attempts to push lower, and it just couldn't get lower. So I didn't think of that. If I'd have thought about that, I wouldn't have taken that trade. But that's fine anyway. At least I got out of it for a little bit less. That's okay. No issues. So yeah, 2 attempts to push lower. Now we have a really strong move back. So he would have taken that probably there. Stop below there. Not out of profit yet, I'm guessing. So it may still push up a bit. It's hard to say. Hmm. And now it bloody pushes down. Typical. So we've had a break. 2 pushes down, see where this thing goes. It's frustrating when it stops you out and then ends up going where you think it's going to go anyway. Yeah, it is a messy range, isn't it? Trouble is, we still like to make a new extreme. Are you on about that thing on Mac's software? Let's have a look. I'll have a look at it up here, out of the way. What's it called? What's the feature called? What did you say? Number 4. Whereabouts is it? Did you say number 4? First exit. That one there. I think it only comes into play when you get into a trade, doesn't it? I think. No. This is part 2 of Max, isn't it? Yeah, of course it is. Oh, I see. Got you. Shows you where the entries are. Oh, I see what you mean. I got you. I got you. I got you. Mind you, having said that, it's not, it's more than a tick above it. It's more than a tick. Of current bar, doesn't it? Shows you where the, oh, I see what you mean. See, where's that then? That's more than a tick, isn't it? Do you have to set it, do you? Because that's a few ticks, isn't it? What's that? That's 2 ticks or 3 ticks, isn't it? You set mine for 8 ticks. I'll have a look. Need a second entry short up here to push this down, I think. Someone said they had 8 ticks. That's 8 ticks, not right. Surely it needs to be just a tick, doesn't it? Just a tick above the previous bar. Let's have a look. Yeah, there we go. So I've got it 1 tick above the previous bar. I'll have to have a look at that later. Play around with it. Take profit and stop loss. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So if you're going for 8 ticks, you know where you are. Thing is, I have mine set here on my strategy anyway. So as soon as I'm in on a trade, my take profit, I adjust my stop loss. But if you wanted it just to 8 ticks, trouble is the stop loss is forever changing. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? 12 ticks, yeah. But the thing is, I've got my strategy here set to 12 ticks, so it should automatically do what I want it to. You see what I mean? So it kind of does the same thing, doesn't it? Little Hammer, how you doing, buddy? How's it going? I'm good, mate. All right, actually. Good. So, before I get into a short here, I think we'll have to get up here, really, I think. Leg down. 2 clear attempts to push up. We are below overnight lows there. You just can't get into a trade here. It's just all stacked up sideways. Now, it may work, but it's no good for me. So we made 2 attempts to push lower there and couldn't get below. We're making 3 attempts now. Channel break. 3 attempts to go lower. Now this may bounce here. I just can't take a trade here because it may pop up here, out the top here, and then drop. It's a bit unclear. It's trying but struggling to go lower. Still waiting on a new low. It doesn't mean it won't make one. On the odd occasion, it won't. We need to get up here, really clear out this. Tempting, but it's just stacked up, to be honest with you. You could argue this is the congested bit here. Just not a fan of this. I mean, there is a triple test there which is triggered, so it may come down, but it's sideways, so who knows what it's going to do. Makes it much more risky. Excuse me just a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't see how you can take that. It's just a bit stacked up. Really doesn't want to break the lows, doesn't it? And it's not gone down as easy as I thought it may do. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to get into a trade here. It's really struggling to get up. It's hard to trade this. It's hard to know where the bloody thing's going. Just can't trade this at the moment. We had 2 legs down, that pull back. So we had a move up with legs and a move up, strong move back. Triple test is the only thing that get me into a short. But the fact is we got close It's just so hard. It may not. It may just push up. Had a little breakout. Sideways out, a little breakout at the bottom. We may get one at the top. Instead of going for 1-to-1 on the 2000 tick chart, take a look at the trades, Dan Marks, and even most of Max they come to. I more or less do, to be fair, mate. I go for 3 points. Now on this chart, the 10 range bar, each one of these bars are 10 ticks. Tick above, tick below, 3 points. 3 point risk, 3 point profit, so on. This is kind of what I'm doing on here. But yeah, absolutely agree. If you look at their charts, yeah, almost all of them go for way more. Good setups will go and they'll really do well. But yeah, I do, bud, on here, if you look at my ATM here, ATR, sorry, my ATM strategy, 12 tick stop, 12 tick profit. So 3 points basically, 1-to-1. The idea is I don't want to trade the 2000 tick chart. I want to set my trades in here because I like the way I can manage my risk in here. You don't know what size bar you're going to get. If you look at some of these big bars, you just don't know, do you? Some of them are quite small. You've got quite a small one here. That one's 3 times the size. So until a trade actually, or until a signal bar actually completes, you never know what you're getting yourself in for. Now, yeah, you could always come out of a trade, but sometimes the big bars indicate prices, you know, it's going to go down. But I don't like the risk management on here. It's so hard to do. So I kind of like the fact that I can, you know, I've got this range bar to play around with. But ideally, this is what I'd like to trade full time. But I think while I'm learning this, it's good to, you know, look at what price is generally doing just to check I'm sort of aiming in the right direction. Okay, so price did what it was supposed to do. Unfortunately, we got 2 pushes up. We got a big bullish bar, crosses over. There's nothing you can do here, really. I wouldn't want to take a trade like that. It's too congested. It may trigger you and stop you out, which it did. Now, you may have got your points there. I don't know, but so it depends where you got in. If I got in a tick late, that wouldn't have triggered my bot and it stopped me out, only to go with the same place, so only to go with the same direction. So when we've got sort of a significant bounce here, before we push down, I'd expect this to try again to clear out all this liquidity here. These are all weak positions, really. They're right around that middle line, and it did exactly that. It went up, cleared out all the liquidity there, and then dropped like a stone. Unfortunately, there's no entry. There was a lower high here, but I'm not 100% confident how to trade this just yet. So there are times where I'm waiting. There wasn't a setup on here at all, which is why I left this. But, you know, it worked beautifully. What do we come down there? So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 points, woof, straight down. So it took its time coming down, didn't it? It really took its time to eventually get down, but now it's played that out. It'll be interesting to see where price goes now. So are we going to end up getting a different channel? I don't know. It is kind of frustrating. I think the best setup there, depending on how you look at charts, would be a penguin style setup. 2 legs up. Wait for it to push below the EMA. Drop your sell order in there. Put your stop up here. Profit wherever that falls 1-to-1. I think that. Where do we push through? So we had 2 legs up. We pushed through the EMA. So depending, he may even take that up here, but if he jumped in here somewhere, put his stop there, he'd be out before those lows. Now, it did pull back a bit, but it never came back from there. Or you could get in there and put your stop above those highs. Same place, your out comes before the lows. But we had a nice 2 legs up. Once we had that push through, for me, that would probably where he would get in, or maybe on a limit order. And stop probably would go there. He may even do 1-to-2 there. Be interesting to see how he marks that, but that's his kind of trade there, 2 legs up. It is frustrating when you see that move. You kind of know where it's going. Unfortunately, no real entry. What can you do? Nothing I wanted to get in there. So I'll quick look on the daily. Okay, so we've had a leg back. This to me looks like maybe another leg back. We've got to move up, 2 attempts to go lower. So I won't be surprised if this thing continues down a bit more. Took me 3 attempts, but I caught that move to net $1,000. Good on you, mate. Not the easiest today. If you can make money out of these markets today, not bad. Hard to trade a lot of these, but I think that was probably, it was actually probably the smallest risk bar there as well. We'd had a little channel with a break, 2 pushes to a new high. Then it was a bad trade, that, depending on how you look at, you know, what sort of trades you take. Now, the daily looks like it could be bearish. Now, ordinarily when we have a channel down there, we kind of get less steep, but this doesn't look like it. Best setups, was it 1452? Let's have a look. 52. That lower high. I ummed and ahed about that lower high. Trouble is, we've had a channel with a break. You don't know whether it's going to clear out that bit of liquidity there. So I'm just not sure about this. I'm still kind of getting to grips with this. Set to 200 on each bar. Doesn't matter. The signal price 10,606. The only difference is indicator into more or less micros. Yeah, so you know what I will say, there's a lot to be said for trading with the bigger stop. A lot of the times we kind of know where price is going, but it'll clear out a lot of this liquidity before it goes in. You know, so if you can find an half decent entry round about here and give yourself a bigger stop, a lot of the times it'll work, but it takes time to get to grips with doing stuff like that. Very, very similar to Penguin. A lot of the time now, what he used to trade, he used to wait for that move after 2 attempts to go higher or whatever the case may be. He used to wait for that move and then drop an order in here somewhere, whether it's a limit or to put his stop here. In a lot of cases now, if we've got a channel down and this is a break and we've got 2 legs, he will drop his order in right at the measured move. Now, the beauty about being in there is you can afford to give yourself a bigger stop and you're going to get out earlier, you know, earlier in, earlier out. The downside is it may not go, you know, once we get that push below EMA, then there's a good indication this thing's more likely to go down. But if he's got a nice fitting channel down there and a nice correction, I think the chances of it going down, that being the high of the move, it's probably better. That's 16 hours. The time down there. Yeah, yeah. So what do we do now? Are we going to continue down? The daily says we could, but that channel has had a break and a new extreme. So it doesn't mean it can't continue down. So we broke yesterday's lows. Oh, sorry, my mistake. I didn't read that. 1442. Sorry, mate, my mistake. That one there's got to be in it. No. 42, around about here. You on about that one off the top there, are you, bud? Let me say 14, oh, 52. Probably that one, isn't it? Channel break new high. Yeah, depends how you're marking this. Channel break new high, bearish bar off the top. Yeah, sorry, mate, you said... I misread that one. Yeah, channel break new high. Yeah, I think you're okay. That's an okay trade, that is. It's kind of... Isn't it around about there? Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. Same sort of place. That looked better, fitted better. Obviously, it depends how you had that. But yeah, same sort of trade there and there. But yeah, agreed. So what are we doing now? Are we moving in a bigger channel? Is this thing continuing down? Who knows? I think you've got to pause temporarily looking for shorts just at the moment. Channel break new high. Lag and a lag. Yeah, I'm looking at those more and more. That's a favourite trade of Dan's and Max, actually. Yeah, that's a favourite trade of Dan's, that is. 2 clear legs up with the break at support. Chances are it comes back to the EMA. If you look at Dan's trades on his charts, he marks a lot of those. Let me just find one. Typically, when you want to find one, you can't now. Ah, well, I just look on the Discord. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, I took that exact trade. Yeah, don't know why I didn't see that. There we go. Channel up with a break. New high, bearish bar. Look better on the 2000 tick chart than that. But yeah, that's definitely a trade. Same thing. We got a channel break, new high at key entry point. That's definitely a favourite type of setup of his. A similar sort of thing there. Channel break, new high, bearish bar. Not the best example there, but he does a lot of that type of stuff. Big move up with a break, new high, bearish bar right back to the EMA. Let's find another one. Yeah, you get the idea anyway. I've been noticing them a lot lately. Very similar there. We got a big channel with a break, 2 legs up, lower high, back to the EMA. So yeah, it's something I'm paying a bit more attention to there. I think you've got to constantly, you know, learn new skills, up your skills. And that's definitely one of them. But they are very rare. Yeah. It is like a big move, isn't it? With kind of like a perfect measured move and then bearish bar or bullish bar in this case, ride it back to the EMA. But yeah, that was a good example. That was channel with a break, new high, off the key entry point, bearish bar, going back to the EMA. So yeah, definitely. It's hard to know now whether this is going to continue down. I've put that there. Now, there's obviously no guarantees. It's just if you look at the daily is looking bearish. And if you look on here, we've got 2 legs up. Trouble is, price is above that EMA at the moment, so you can't really just assume that it's going to push through and continue down. I've made a measured move there. It's too early to jump into shorts now. Everything's kind of played out. That's played out. Let's get rid of that temporarily, I think. Channel break. Maybe a bigger channel here, but at the moment I'm just sitting tight. Yeah, you just have to kind of see it and trust in it, don't you? I mean, it's the only way to trade, really, anyway. But yeah, I know when I'm looking at these new types of setups, I get a bit scared in them as well. I think the trick is just to identify it. I have a tendency to be a little bit paranoid and to always maybe doubt things. And maybe by the time I plucked up the courage, it's worked. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is a chance this could come back down. It's hard to say at the moment. I mean, that bigger channel there, which I like, clearly played out, did what it was supposed to. You know, there's always a possibility. I don't like doing this, but there's always a possibility we could end up having something. No, that's not good. Sometimes it'll end up doing something like this, maybe by the end of the day. It doesn't look shockingly terrible, but I don't like that big area, so I'm just avoiding it. But we got a channel with a break and a new high, so it's kind of like one there, isn't there? But the thing is, as this is all played out now, you really need to sit tight, don't you? Channel break, new low. maybe a larger channel there. Technical second entry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a classic example, really, wasn't it? Nice tight channel with a break, new high, big, strong, bearish bar right off there. I mean, look, perfect touch, perfect touch, perfect touch. I don't even know why. That's the trouble sometimes when you and ah it, you miss them because, to be honest with you, you didn't have long to get into that before it came down. I mean, that push down, you'd have, depending on what you go for, I go for 3 points, you'd have been in and out of that trade on one bar, and it did push back a bit, but continued down. It is having that trade without fear, isn't it? You don't want to get it wrong, but you kind of have to just go for it, don't you? It is the fear of getting it wrong. You don't want to get it wrong. You don't want to lose the money. Trouble is, if you think like that every time, if there's doubts, I mean real doubts, it's not clear, you've got to stay out. Trouble is, you can sit here for hours and not get a great setup, and when one appears, you kind of question it and you think about it for a second, and by that time it's pushed down and you think, oh, I should have taken it. But you have to be quick, so you know, we got to touch here, touch here, touch here. You got to kind of think that if we can get up here and we can get the right signal bar, so you got to kind of got to get your order there, haven't you? But the trouble is, until we bounce off there, that technically hasn't been confirmed. So during that time, we're messing around with our charts thinking, is that more of a downtrend or have we got something else? And it's very easy, but they'll get easier to spot with time, more experience and stuff like that. Things will get a bit easier. I'm in at 58.92. Nice. So you're still in this, aren't you? How long do we let it run? Well, we've had a channel with a break. It looks like kind of two legs, so I'd be kind of keeping mine tight. Everyone does it differently, really. I mean, you could have it below that bar there. If you think you're hitting support, you may want to take it all. It's hard to say. You know, you may come back in 15 minutes and price might be up here, or it may be back down here. It's hard to say, but once you can get a good move, I would probably, me personally, trail it with, you know, like that, but it depends. You may have the confidence to trade it like that. It depends. If you think this thing's going higher, then maybe give it a bit more space, and you may get lucky. Ultimately, you never quite really know, but need to make a bit. Yeah, the important thing is I wouldn't keep it too far away. I wouldn't keep it down here. I'd probably have it there, if anything, if you thought we may get a big move. If we'd had a leg up, a nice correction, and you're expecting another leg up, that's the time to maybe give it some more space. But the difference is between here and there is 8 points. That's quite a bit of money to give back. So me personally, I don't generally take runners. I haven't got the confidence to stay in them, but I would be inclined to put it below that bar and just ride it up. Now we've got a bearish bar there. Sometimes it'll trigger by a tick and push up, but you've given it enough space to do that. So it's in the lap of the gods now whether it comes up or not. But on the plus side, I wouldn't want to be taking a short there. That would be risky. If I took that short, I'd expect that to get stopped out. So, you know, now we've triggered above it, you may even want to do that. If it comes down lower than that, it may come. So, yeah, it's it depends how good a chart reader you are, really. I mean, if you're expecting a big, strong move up, maybe give it a bit more space. But that's, I think, having triggered below that signal bar there, which I wouldn't take, now we've moved up, that I think is a good place for your stop. I mean, ultimately, if you look at this chart, there's an overshoot, so it may come back. And what you don't want to be doing is having it down here and giving back, 8 points. I saw Thomas Wade take a trade the other day, and it went 10 points on his runner, came back and stopped him out for break even. Doesn't make sense to me. So push up, little bit of sideways, push up, little bit of sideways, push up, little bit of sideways. We may be having something a bit larger here. So that stop there may be in the perfect place. That looks okay. So I'll be inclined to keep it there. And then when the next bar closes, move it up a bit more. So you may, if it was me, I'd tend to panic and jump out here, but, instead of giving it 15 ticks, but in 10 minutes, it may be up here. So, sometimes it's worth holding on. Depends how brave you are. I'm not very brave. At least that way you're giving it a bit of breathing space and you've secured. Where'd you say you're in? You're in down here somewhere, aren't you? At 92. So you're right here, aren't you? So you've got a nice bit of profit already, haven't you? So you're about there, aren't you? So you're in it for 18 points there. You could take 20 if you wanted to. Depends what you want. If you've got a limit, if you're going for 2 contracts, you're up $2,000 there. If that may put such an amount of money in your Apex trading account, you might have to wait to $7,000 before you can take a payment. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but you secured yourself just under 19 ticks of profit there. So, points. So you've done well there. So you never know. You give it a bit of space because you may get a bit more. Yeah, once you understand price action, you've got a good idea what to expect next. So this is working quite tight, but it is going sideways, so we may get a break. There may be shorts up here, expecting this to go further. It's hard to say, really. You never quite know, but if you put it there, I don't think you're going to go far wrong. Binary is still super strong on Delta. Trouble is, you don't know whether we're going to have a correction now and then another leg up. So in which case, if like Tony says, buying strong on Delta, that might be a better option that way. If we happen to do something like that and bounce off the EMA for another move up, that's probably a safe place to put it. But you are risking potentially about 8 points there. Depends how what you want to do, really. But it is stacking up, so I won't be surprised if you have a bit of a break. So if Tony's right, it's strong in Delta. We may have just a couple of legs back and it may push up, but you are potentially risking giving some of that back. So you had your stop there, didn't you? Or we talked about it. So there's 7.5 points there you may give back. But if this works out, you may gain another 20 points. So it's swings and roundabouts, isn't it? Yeah, see, because I only go for 3 points, I don't take runners or I don't swing trade. I don't pay too much attention to whether Delta's telling me that this may push up or not. But if you want to go for bigger moves, paying attention to that stuff is going to make a difference. You got stopped out, you're happy with that? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with being happy with 18 points. 18 and 3/4 point. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. It may. I mean, if you look at the daily, if I was to have a quick look at the daily now, my gut feeling is this is bearish at the moment. Now, doesn't mean it can't shoot up 10 points before it pulls down even more. But if I look at that, it's relatively bearish. We may be pushing 2 legs down. It's hard to say. Or we may push below that bearish bar, so we got to move up, a little pull back, and it may go up again. So, there's no kind of magic bullet. You just have to kind of do the best you can with what you've got. But you don't know whether you're going to be giving back 8 points there or potentially make it an extra 8 points. Did I get? No, I didn't. They may avoid streamers because if they want to see that it's me, they can see, you know, they know me name, they know what I look like, they know what I sound like, they can see me trading. So I know there are lots of companies, and I'm forever seeing them on Facebook saying, we'll trade your evaluation for you, or we'll trade your account for you. So there's all sorts of scams out there which other people are getting people to trade for. So that's probably why they're doing that. They just want to see that it is you pulling the trigger, that's all. So on this chart, there's a bit of an overshoot there, and there may be a triple test there. So I wouldn't take it because where's my channel gone? Oh, there it is. It doesn't look like there's an overshoot on here, so I would probably avoid that, although it may work, it's hard to say. No, but capturing that point, it takes a bit of nerve to hold on to a trade. I don't like it. I don't like the feel of staying in a trade. In fact, I don't even think I've ever held a trade that long, to be honest with you. I usually just get out of my points. The trouble is with this, unless as Tony you're looking at other bits of information which is telling you, a lot of times when you're getting into trades like there, for instance, channel break new, you know, off there, if you try and hold something like that, it'll overlap. A lot of the times these trades, see there, 2 legs up, work beautifully, but for maybe 6 points. You try and hold that to the new lows, a lot of the time it will overlap. So I find the 2000 tick chart not ideal for holding trades. Because it has got a tendency of overlapping itself. It won't tend to give you much before it, you know, picks off liquidity. But if, you know, as say, if Tony looks at things like Delta, if you've got a better perspective and a bigger picture in mind, you know what I mean? For instance, we've had this channel down, we've had a break at a new low, we've had a channel with a break. If you decide to take a punt down here that this is going to push up, chances are it may overlap that. Sometimes it'll trigger that first bar, stop it out, and then go. But if you manage to get into something like, chances are it's probably not going to come down and retest that. But there's so many different ways. Trading's an absolute minefield. There's so many ways to trade and to get into trades and to manage them. And I suppose everyone's got their own kind of way of doing it. Yeah, I mean, if you trade in minutes there, you did all right there. What did we say? About 18 points, was it? Yeah, if you trade a mini there, that's $900 profit. You say you got it, and it was down here somewhere, wasn't it? The 2. It's about 92, wasn't it? So where did we talk about the stop there, didn't we? About there, wasn't it? So I think it was 18 3/4. So yeah. But you never know whether it's going to end up on here. But I think sometimes it's not a bad idea to take profits when it goes like that. And then if you still like the trade, wait for 2 legs back and get in again. I suppose some traders will manage trades like that. They'll get out here, and if we get a pullback, they may get back in. Kind of a cheaper price. Basically retail on a small account. Just learning. So that's fine, mate. That says to me, you got your head screwed on. So many people, and me included, if you're quite new to it, would have thrown away tons of money. You're sensible. That's the best thing to do, is to scale nice and small. Whatever you can afford to lose is not going to cause you any pain. So that's sensible, that is. You know, see, you may end up making a better swing trader. I'm quite wired. I like to get in and get out fast. I don't feel comfortable in trades, but you know, if I was only risking a small amount, maybe I would, but that's a good, sensible way of looking at it. You're only risking 12, nearly 13 pounds. Yeah. So whereabouts you from then? Obviously UK. Whereabouts you from, bud? So a proper stacking up there. Southwest Plymouth. Ah, Plymouth. I know Plymouth. Well, not so well. It's home of the Royal Marines, isn't it? Plymouth. I used to live down in Cornwall a long time ago. I spent quite a bit of South Coast. I suppose you can call it South Coast, don't you? It's along that South Coast. I lived down in Winchester for a few years and spent a lot of time along the South Coast. That's a little bit further over, isn't it, towards Cornwall way. I remember when we used to travel, because my stepfather was in the army, so we used to, come back on leave, and I'm sure there's a big bridge there, isn't it, Plymouth, which goes over. It's like kind of into a Cornwall, Exeter way. You're all round there, aren't you? Nice the further south you get down there. So southwest, so yeah, you are quite close to Cornwall then, aren't you? Is this thing pushing up? There is a failure there. Second entry short failure. Just not a fan of something here. Just don't like the fact that we may have had a bit of an overshoot. Shropshire I am. Shropshire. Place called Shrewsbury. Home of Charles Darwin. Yeah, there is a failure there. Trouble is, a couple of ticks and you're already above that, so it's hard to know where it's going to go. Yeah, the town I live is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Lots of Tudor, the old black and white Tudor buildings. And yeah, our library was where Charles Darwin's school was. In fact, there is a room right at the top of the library, which was one of the classrooms he used to use, and there is big oak benches that run the side of it, and there's all names scratched in there, 1756, 1850, whatever, 1687, all, it's quite cool going in there. And that is right opposite our castle, which is about an 800-year-old castle. So there's a lot of history in Shrewsbury, actually. So I'm glad I stayed out of that failure. I wouldn't have liked this now. So channel with a break and a new high. So where is this thing going? There may be a shoulder, head and a shoulder, an inverse head and shoulders. I don't trade patterns, but may be one. This traded quite nice. I wish I'd have taken that. That one as well. And then all of a sudden, not that simple. That's pretty hard to trade, really, chopping up and down. And then all of a sudden we're in. Not a huge amount of setups there, really. Can't really take that one, in all fairness, because if we have a break, it may come down to that EMA. So we just stack up, and a pop out the top, but that's triggered, and now we're back at the top of this little range. So maybe a failure here. Trigger that and push up, but are we going up? Continue. Excuse me a sec. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. There is a bit of a failure there. Trouble is, what is this doing? It's not really giving me anything clear. No, I don't know what's happening at the moment. See, Dan's got this like that. And I think he's right, actually. Much better to keep these nice and tight. Time's gone quick today. Went for over 3 hours. I've just realised why Dan puts those marks on where to take profit. The difference is, on the end of my lines, I have price there, which tells me what my risk is. I see what you mean. So it saves him having to look to the right and go, that's where I need to put my profit. He automatically has it set at 6 ticks. I see what you mean. Yeah, if you look, when I get into a trade, I have the profit at the end of the price line, so I know exactly that I'm going for $150 worth of profit, so I know exactly where it goes. But I do have it set in the automated strategy that when I get into a trade, it'll automatically be 12 ticks above that. So that's why I tend to not use it so much. See, on here, you may say there's a triple test here, but it's a bit stacked, but it's going up at an angle. But I'm just not sure what's going on at the moment. Maybe doing something like that. But my concern was we have a leg down, pull back, and a leg down because there's liquidity here. And I'll be surprised if this thing moves up much more without clearing some of this out. Tough one, really. Is there starting to look like there's some kind of a channel? Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. Trouble is, it's still very tight and congested. Even though it's got slight bullish feel to it, still a bit risky getting in here. In fact, I have a feeling now that is looking more like a spike in a channel rather than two channels or a separate channel. I prefer that, actually. Trouble is, it's not going very far. I wouldn't be surprised if it does drop and clear some of this liquidity out. My concern is this has a quick flush down. There. 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 And maybe even here. It's too high, far from the EMA there, so I have a feeling. Maybe not so much that one. I can see this thing flushing down, having a couple of legs. Hard to say, really. Got overnight highs again here. Sorry, overnight lows again here. That may create a little bit of support. Oh, it's probably a bit above that now, but I'd like to see this thing come down a bit and clear some of this out. Now, come on, let's have that little flush. Shoulder, head, shoulder. I'd like to have a little pull back here and then a move up. It's the first one. Depends how far it'll come down. That may be okay. Certainly think it needs to get below there. But on this, yeah, there's that one there. And there's this one. I think really if this thing's going to go much higher, I'd say there's going to be buyers more down here, or whether this thing gets forced down a bit to clear some of this out and then rebought down here. Yeah, you may even argue that's in this channel. I still wouldn't want to buy here. It's kind of in the middle of this. For me, I'd like to see the market clear this out, maybe some of this area out here before it pushes higher, whether it does or not. But it does look like a bull flag. Sometimes it will drop below, clear out liquidity, and then off it'll trot. Yeah, all of a sudden you wouldn't want to be in that trade now, would you? If it gets below there, it should get below there. And we may get that quick push down. I reckon if I look on Big Map, there'll be a red area down there. So look. Yeah, there is. Buy orders here. Below a lot of this stuff here. So that's around about 12, isn't it? Somewhere around about there. Which is around about here. It's broke below that bearish bar now. It depends how far it'll get down. But those orders to me seem around about there, which I'm guessing is probably would make sense. Yeah, around about here. So it may drop just a tad more. Very tempting to buy there, but I'm going to leave it at the moment. Those orders are still there. Could even argue triple test there. I'd have just preferred to get below a little bit of this. So it's cleared out any of that lot. So as I say, that one may be okay. See if we can get a higher low on here. So on this bar, we got a little micro with a break and a new low. So that's where that's where I'd have to get out there to get my profit. I just didn't think this had come down low enough. It may not have hit me yet. A lot of sell orders up here. Just above 20. Maybe that's taking profit. I don't know. Well, that would have worked. There's the 325. Should have just worked depending on where I got in. Yeah, there is some support across there. That might be why it's finding it a bit difficult. Yeah, you can see it there. Now there's more sell orders around about here again. Where are they? Around about 12.5, around about here. Yeah, there is a higher low here. Trouble is there's support galore across there. Now, if it gets above here, it may have a little pop. But I wouldn't want to get in there that close to these highs. If it does break above there, it may have that little push, just giving that. Yeah, there we go. So if you had taken that higher low, as soon as it broke above there, woof, but there's a lot of support there, so you don't know whether it's going to try and fail. But if you did take that higher low, as soon as it broke above there, we had that quick 4-point move, whatever it was. So if you got in there, if you managed to get in there, I'd have gone for 3 and a 3. So it would have just, as soon as it broke above there. Trouble is, we're getting close to that top. You don't know if it's going to struggle again. And the orders there because split into icebergs. Yeah. Just from seeing this before with this move down and a couple of pushes, if people thinking this thing's going to go bearish, but that now is definitely like a shoulder, a head and a shoulder. So, yeah. Plus, it does look like a little bull flag. Often these will break out the bottom and then rock it up. How far it'll go, though. So, channel break, new extreme. I used to have a setup from a couple of years back that I used to put a buy order 1 tick above, something like that. I would have a 1 tick profit and a 1 tick stop. And often, if there was enough support there, often it would have a pop and would give me a point. I don't even know why I stopped it, but that would have worked there. 1 point profit, 1 point stop, just to take advantage of that quick little push. But I think a lot of the push went, we had that bar there, which was around about where that is, and that's when it tended to push up. I think, I can't remember, to be honest with you. But yeah, sometimes it'll push up and snap back quickly, which is why I used to go for a point. If I thought there was enough support there, just to give us that quick point. Now, I think it went from, how it went anyway, but it went up like 2 3/4 or 2.5, somewhere about there. If I thought there was going to be enough liquidity up there or enough stops or whatever you want to call it, often I put it 1 tick above there because as soon as it hit that, in a lot of cases it pop up, but sometimes it would shoot up close to it and then snap back quickly and stop you out. But that's probably why I stopped using it. The afternoon, I've got to say, has been pretty difficult. We had a channel down there, the break new low, channel played out, no real bar to get in there, really. And then we sideways, there's no real higher low, and then we just kind of slowly grind up. That probably not a terrible trade. Looking on this, channel down with a break a new low, it is, you could say that's a triple test off support, and it did work from there. My only slight concern, this little flush down came a bit lower, but that, I did say maybe not here. It was more this and this, a little bit here maybe. I wouldn't have taken that trade. It's asking to get stopped out that, and it held there, but we had that quick flush down and then a bounce and then, relatively strong move up. So I don't think that was a bad trade, but I'm still quite new at trading on this 10. So there are finicky things I want to get used to, but you can clearly see 1, 2, 3, quadruple bounce there. We broke below it, cleared out any possible liquidity, and then up it went. But yeah, test the VWAP. Yeah, I've got VWAP on one of my charts up here somewhere. Yeah, it's around about 940 at the moment, isn't it? So that may give us a second leg up. Oh, and again. So channel with a break. No extreme. So look at that for a inverse head and shoulders. Shoulder, head, shoulder. It's quite clear, that one, isn't it? It's very clear, actually. Sometimes they'll be tilting that way or tilting that way. But maybe another reason to get in there, if you look across there, support right the way along there. So actually, that's the trouble is with price action, trading these fast-moving charts. Sometimes you just don't have a lot of time to think. But, you know, bounce, 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 inverse head and shoulders. That's another reason maybe to give you confidence. It is a second entry long. It's quite a big bar. I don't like the little wick. My concern was it just comes a little bit lower, but I don't think it was a bad trade there at all. I don't know if anybody took it, but a little bit sideways maybe. But, you know, if you trade patterns and you're confident in patterns, that might give you a little bit more confirmation to take this, I suppose. Any extra bits of information you've got when you're taking a trade, you can see the support across there, is an extra reason to take it, and it did work. Same again here, a little micro channel with a break at a new low, bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah, it's just one of those things you either do or you don't. It's not the best setup in the world, but it's not terrible. My concern was we have a leg and a leg down, and it may take out some of these areas, but yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? The only real trade I've seen today, but at the time I wasn't sure about the channel, was that one really. Really nice looking trade. Now you can see it, channel break, new high. You can see the momentum slacking, slacking, slacking. As soon as it hits that line drop, and it kind of confirms it. I wasn't sure about the channel at the time. I think I had it up here. I can't remember now. I think I had a channel like that. I don't know. I can't remember what I had, to be fair. But yeah, nice, that one. Same again, I don't think that was a bad there. That one I wouldn't have taken because we had the bounce there, but it's not an easy day by any means, especially the latter part of the day. Can't take that there. It's too far for that EMA. It may come down and test this. Channel's played out now, so I think I'm done for the day. We'll jump onto a sim. Any issues? Yeah, good on you, mate. Good on you. Yeah, it won't be much. 3 hours, 35 minutes. I'm only trading this late because my wife and daughter are out getting their hairs done, so normally 3 hours is enough for me, but it's gone quite quick today, so I might sit here for another 15 minutes. So, channel, break, 2 pushes to a new high. So, now, is there a slightly larger channel here? Not sure yet. It's a bit early. It's hard to know what the hell's price is going to do now. Is this thing going to continue up? Looks like it came from a textbook. Hmm. Yeah, there is support there. May just be testing these highs. Spin resistance there, maybe support. We've had a kind of little bounce, so it may continue up. I've got overnight lows there. So channel with a break, is it going to come down? At least temporarily. I think there's a good chance it continues on up. We had tempted to sort of push down there and then up, and same again, we had a bit of a pullback there. So is this going to break below there, or is it going to be a channel break, new low, and then continue on up? Is there maybe something larger? No, I'm not sure about that. Maybe something like that. Is that testing there? It's hard to say at the moment. Like posted. Yes, end of day chart this scored. You can also see the middle of yesterday's value area image right from the bottom. Yeah. Oh, I got it. Yeah, on the ES. Yeah, I see. Yeah. They make head and tail of that, mate. It's like anything, I suppose. If you get used to seeing it, you know what you're looking at. So there's the overnight lows. So leg and a leg, bounce here, touch here, push above, close above this area. That's possible, I suppose. It's fit along the midline. I don't know. Camera exposure for SPX, yeah. Straight out of my head, that, mate. I like being a price action trader. You don't need to know nothing. Half man to read price. Indicators, still over my head. I know most of these indicators, but I've used little bits of them over the last 4.5 years. When I started learning currency, we used indicators, but there are certain things and half the stuff I'm aware of what they are, but I don't really know how they play a part. I only go for small moves, see, so I know, I dare say, you know, they may play a part, but one thing I like about this strategy is lack of stuff on the chart. I mean, the only real indicator I suppose we use is the EMA, and the rest are just lines, really. Yeah. See, if we're reading price action right, we should find entries. But like anything, it takes time. It's a skill, isn't it? As Matt constantly reminding us. There is a channel there with a second entry short there, which is triggered, but it's just congested here. Now, I'm guessing, my gut feeling is it's probably going to come down for a second leg to clear this. It may bounce off here. At the moment, I'm thinking it's still possibly likely going to push up, but who knows? You know, it may end up just going flipping sideways. You know, you never know, do you? Not sure at the moment. But if we do get two legs down, we get a nice bounce here, or higher lower, may have a go. We'll see. So I'm open, second leg down, which will take us to around about there. Let's put it there. You know what? I don't think it was a terrible idea to short that. Second entry short. I'd like to see it break below there and there, which I think it probably will. I just don't know if I've got enough points there. Have to get to there. Now I can see it breaking below there. It has broke below there, but is that going to be enough? I'm guessing it probably will be. But now it's cleaned out liquidity. How much further? There you go. It would have took me out there depending on where I got in. So it is a second entry short. Channel break. New high. Yeah, it clearly worked. I don't think that was a bad option, that. It kind of already been in and moving around before I even kind of considered it. So, leg and a leg. Maybe a bullish bar off here. Very tempting. I'm going to have a go at
Order
that.
submitted.
Two legs down. 2 legs down off this key entry point. That's if it is the key entry point. Straight away, I'm nervous. Yeah, I think this is going to come down a bit further here. Now, I could bring my wrist down a bit more, but it never really works, that. I'm going to get out for break even if it'll let me. Fact, I'm going to take
Order
a small
filled.
loss here, a smaller loss. I'll be surprised if it doesn't break below there. So that's a smaller loss anyway. It may hold, but I don't know. When it comes that close, I'd rather get out and save myself a little bit. Yeah, it's going to break below there. Shouldn't have taken that. I should have looked at this, the 2 legs. Can I still get into a trade? I think I can. No, I can't. Because I've lost 2. Is that right? Let me just check that. No, I can't get into a trade now. Is that the same on all of my accounts? Because I've had 2 losses. But at least I'm only down $125, well, about $140. I don't think I can get into anything here, can I? Let me have a look. What about that? No, damn it. Look, now it's working. Ticks you out then. No, I don't think I can get into anything here at the moment.
Order submitted.
Oh, that one I can. Why is that then?
Order cancelled.
Strange. Let me just disconnect from Rhythmic a minute. Why can I only get into some of them? So that's 1. I can get in there. No, I can't. 3. No, I can't. 4. No, I can't. 5. I can get into that one. So 5 I can get into. I like that.
Order
I'm
filled.
going to have a go at that. Leg and a leg. It's just on the 1 account. A little bit more risk than I wanted. It's quite a small bar at the moment, though, to be honest with you. Or is this a downtrend? No, that's quite a strong move up, isn't it?
Target filled.
Okay. Okay, so that worked. To be fair, I usually just take me 3 points just in case. I was tempted to do a little bit more, but that's kind of what I was looking for here on this chart. I should have looked at this chart for it to break below there, but there you go. Anyway, so at least I'm up on one of them. I don't know why that didn't work. So the one of them worked, but there we go. So that's not terrible. Yeah, see, that is the last thing I wanted to see. Yeah, channel break, new low. Kind of at the right place. It's just a shame I could only take the one, but there you go. It is what it is. Yeah, see that I do not like. It gave me enough. I was tempted for a hold for a second, but sometimes if I take a trade and I'm down, the tendency is to hold a bit and try and get your money back. I've stopped doing that because if you get a second loss, if you get all your 3 points and then it comes down and stops you out, you're going to be kicking yourself. So I tend to just go for 3 points. If I saw something super clear, then I may have a go at that. But it's, you know, it's clearly 2 legs down. We've got a channel, a break and a new low. But then all of a sudden it pushes up and then starts to work down. There may be a higher low here, but I just don't like that. So the good thing is today my losses were smaller because I saw what was happening and got out of them, which I think is not a bad thing to do. So after fees, my accounts are down $180 for 2 losses. Now losses normally would have been 150, so I'd have normally been down $300, but I'm only down 186 after fees. So I got out the trade. It's not an easy day today. I should have had the patience, but what I can see there is it looking like it's grabbing some support, and we had a leg down there with a break. We didn't have 2 pushes to a new low, but that's what I was looking for here. I should have just left that and waited, but it triggered me, stopped me out by a couple of ticks, and then ended up doing what I expected it to do. So that's the thing with this. This can look okay, but it's taking this into consideration. And at the time, we had that bar there. So that's fine. I don't mind losing trades as long as I'm learning. It won on there. My 1 trade won on there, 2 trades. So, you know, this can be great sometimes, but other times not so good. So that was the trade. But it didn't work. That's fine. I'm okay with that. As long as I'm learning something, as long as I can pick something out. So that lost, and that one did. So I need to refer to this before I take a trade. Yeah, see, you said hold it. If I'd have held that now, I'd have been kicking myself now. No, it hasn't broke below it yet, but I'll be surprised if it doesn't. See, so I got in a little bit late, to be fair, but I went for about 3-2. So yeah, see, if I'd have held there and got greedy, boom, I'd have been out. So I'd have been down a touch more as well. So you're 50 today, so you can join me in having a post-stream whiskey. Happy birthday, bud. Hold on there. Turn down an excuse. Not the nicest whiskey I've had. I've not had this before. I've had the 12-year-old Glenmorangie. Not a fan. I think it's, I don't know, it's one of the most, it's a cheaper one. It's a cheaper single malt. 50. I'm 55, I am. So I've got 5 years on you. Happy birthday, Tony. Cheers, pal. So yeah, I'm glad I never held on there. I'm on the Nemesis black layer. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I've had them occasionally. I've had the black, red, and the green. I think the greens are slightly more special. I know that's quite popular in the US, isn't it, that one? Ardbeg 10. Finished an Ardbeg 10 about 2 weeks ago. It's not my favourite peated whiskey. It's the second bottle I've had over the last 2 years, and there's something about it I don't like. But I take photos of all the whiskies I buy. Up until now, I've had 51 different types of whiskey. That was the one I had last week, the Talisker 10. That's gone. My wife's got a taste for whiskey. When was this? 22nd of April. The Ardbeg 10. That's the second bottle I've had over there for a year from Sainsbury's. Normally £52. Now and again it's on offer. I had that one. End of April. The Juras. I had all the Juras. Are you? Yes, I am, bud. I'm negative by... I'm negative by not much. 101 of them's... That one I just took is minus 12. Well, I might as well show you. Yeah. That was a trade I took last night on that. That's just a sim. So you're not too much, but I would have been down 300 plus commissions, but I saw these trades going wrong and I got out of them. So I'm only down $186 on each. 125 on there. And 29 on there. So as far as a negative days ago, I don't mind, but I actually feel fine. It doesn't bother me because I know this is a learning curve in this. Now, ordinarily, that would be a nice looking trade. And that was kind of what I was looking for, but it's just one of those things as well. That one, we'd had a break, 2 legs down, little pullback, a little bit of sideways, failed breakout I was looking for. I didn't expect it to come back up. But that's fine. So you start aggressively on new PAs. Yeah, usually. But it's something I'm trying to get out of. Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you like your Ardbeg, you're welcome, mate. If you like it, let me just have a look at this select. If you like your Ardbeg and your peated whiskies, I would absolutely try. My favourite all-time peated whiskey, just trying to find it, is the Lechaig 10. It's absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, I take a photo of all the whiskies I had. I've had about 51 different whiskies over the last, I don't know, different ones. Obviously, I've had multiple bottles of the same one over the last maybe 5 or 6 years. Trouble is, I tend to stick to the same ones, really. But if you like your peated whiskies, you've got to try that one. That was my favourite all-time whiskey, that one. The Glenfarclas 15-year-old. It's absolutely beautiful. Paid about 95 quid for that. Obviously, it's empty. But that's my favourite whiskey of the non-peated whiskies. But yeah, if you like your peated whiskies, try that Lechaig 10. That's just phenomenal stuff, that is. Not try the 15, the Glenfarclas 105 yet. I've had the 105, I've had the 12-year-old. But just really nice whiskies. The trouble is, my wife's developed a bit of a taste, which is not good news. Because she tends to have some of them as well. But yeah, I take a photograph of everything just so I can keep track of what I've had and what I haven't had. But yeah, that Glenfarclas, Absolutely stunning. Really, really nice. Yeah, that's it there. When did I have that? March, 24th of March, I think I opened that. That's when I had my biggest $12,000 month or $11,000 odd month. Yeah, but I've had loads of bottles. Way more than I should have. I don't get mad though. I have a bottle a week for sure. No, a week. Yeah, between me and my wife, we have a bottle a week, which is not a huge amount. That's another nice one as well. If you haven't tried that one, I had that for Christmas. The Aaron 10. That's another nice one. It's just, you can't trade this stuff now. It's just choppy as hell, isn't it? But yeah, if you like your pizza, that leche is absolutely super smooth. That's another Glenfarclas. That was September. The 12-year-old Glenfarclas. I bought that from the Weight to Power. I'll be flipping fast asleep with them, mate. I bought that from the whiskey shop in Chester. I love these whiskey shops. They tend to charge a bit more, but I don't mind supporting. That was another nice one. The Bowmore 12. That was nice. Aston, that was last summer. The Aston 10, that wasn't too bad. Where's the Lecheg? I'll tell you what, a really nice whiskey as well. The Tamnavullins, you can get them really cheap. They have the white wine cask, the red wine cask, port cask. I've had all multiple bottles of those. They usually go for around about the 23 quid mark, so they're usually on offer. I've had all about 6 different types of the Glenfiddichs. They're nice. That was the Orchard edition. That was last May. In fact, Dan messaged me. Now, you know Dan earns a lot of money. He said he was thinking about getting his uncle a whiskey, so I sent him back that picture. I went get him that, you tight bugger. £7,000. But yeah, I've had loads of them. Balvenie 12 is another nice one. I could go on all day flicking through these. There's another Lecheg. This is St. Clair edition. That was a nice one as well. Tamnavullin, yeah. Usually got one of those in the cupboard. You can pick them up really cheap, the Tamnavullins. They're actually a really easy drinking whiskey, they are. Yeah, if you're new to whiskey, I'd go for something like that. The Glenlivets. I've had all them. The 15-year-olds, French Oak. I've had loads of the 12-year-olds. The Caribbean Reserve, the Founders Reserve. I've had all of those that I'm aware of. That's another nice one as well, by a female blender, Rachel Barry, the 10-year-old, 10-year-old Ben Rack. That was a nice one as well. I could spend all day going through these. I am a whiskey fan. I've had loads of those, the Lafroigs. Same again, the peated whiskey, the Select and the 10-year-old, loads of the Lafroigs. Yeah, they're nice, really easy going, the Lafroigs. Big fan of our King as well. He likes those. But my wife, I've tried another nice one as well. The Bunnahabhain. That's the Strudadare. I've had the 12-year-old as well. I tried my wife multiple times with the peated, and she can't drink them. I've had 3 or 4 of those. The Aberlour 12s. You can't trade this stuff at the moment. It's just choppy as hell. But there's nothing nicer. That one as well, the Balven is nice. The one I haven't tried, which is on my list next, is a 14-year-old Caribbean Reserve, but that's super smooth, the Balven is. Super smooth. Oh. Yeah, there's a Lafroig 10, January 2023. I've had quite a few of those, to be fair. I probably had 5 or 6 of each of those. They're really easy going. That's another really easy going whiskey as well, the Glenlivet 12, if you're newish to whiskey. Old Putney, there's another nice one as well, November 2022. I've had the Old Putney, it's the Sea Reserve or something like that, I can't remember. Yeah, I've had loads of them. Whiskey drinking and bread making. That's what I tend to do. Sourdough. Nothing more relaxing than making bread. Yeah. Happy birthday, Tone. You don't mind if I have a couple more for you later, do you? And one for thoughts on the Lagavulin. I had it at Christmas, mate. I didn't buy a bottle of it. I bought it from the Armoury pub in Shrewsbury. It's quite pricey, isn't it? It's about 75 quid. Would be rude. I'll say it's about 75 quid. I haven't had a bottle of it. Trouble is, it's hard to get it where I am. You don't find it. But I had a double at the Armoury pub in Shrewsbury where I live at Christmas. I paid about 35, 40 quid for 2 doubles. And they were both peated. It was the Port Charlotte and the Lagavulin. I've had the 8-year-old Lagavulin. That's okay. But not the 16. But yeah, it's okay. But your price is getting up a bit then. I don't mind paying money for decent whiskey. The good thing about whiskey is, especially with the supermarkets, you'll always get good deals, a third off. They have loads of really good deals. So there's plenty out there. But just now and again, when I hit my first $10,000 month, I bought that £95 bottle of Glenfarclas, a 50-year-old Glenfarclas. But there's some stunning whiskies out there. You know, when I first started drinking whiskies, I couldn't tell one from another. You know, I can tell whiskies apart like I can tell cheese apart now. You do get used to it. And if you're getting into whiskies, that burning sensation and sickening feeling you have when you start eventually goes, and it doesn't burn anymore. That's when you start to get real flavour out of the whiskey, and it's surprising how well whiskey grows on you. My wife really enjoys it now. So once you got past your maybe second or third bottle, really, really starts to grow on you. Trouble is, you've got to be careful. It can go down super easy. Saw it yesterday, 445 connect. Yeah, you're about, yeah. That's about, is that, yeah, okay. So you're about $2 the pound at the moment. I'm not sure what you are at the moment. But yeah, it's about 75 quid. So that's more or less about right. But if you like your piskies, if you like your, I meant to say peated and whiskey. If you like your peated whiskies, which Lagavulin is, try the Lechain 10. It's really good price as well. I think I paid, it's surprising, if you look on Amazon, you get some fantastic whiskey deals on Amazon. But, single malt offers. I've got it in the search bar. That one there, the 10-year-old, that's on offer at the moment, 33 quid. I've not had the 18. A bit pricey, but I've had the Sinclair edition. But that, nicest peated whiskey I've ever tasted. In fact, I'm going to buy myself another one. Go to basket. That shelf. I blame you for that. Japanese whiskey. I've never had a Japanese whiskey. Although there is, I think there's one in my local supermarket. Proceed to checkout. Buy now. Shira Ching, actually. That's what I like about this. That's what I like about Monzo. Yeah, that Ching. £33 spent at Amazon. I blame you for that, Tony. Maybe I need to start again. I'm Scottish. Come on, mate. You should be ashamed of yourself. 80s whiskey when I tried it. I hated it when I tried it. You know, the first time I ever tried whiskey, well, it was actually bourbon. It was about 15 years ago. I was working for a company, a dent removal company in the UK, and we had a guy called Alan who came over from the US, and I met him. The boss was a friend of mine. He invited us around for a drink, and he brought that bottle of, it's the one with the red plastic dip top. I forget what it's called. Square bottle with a thin neck. You guys know what it is. And I'd never had it before, and he taught me to have it. I was like, you know, you have a sip, and it's like, ugh, disgusting. But once I'd had a few of them, they go down easier. And I got to say, after a night of drinking it, I actually woke up without a hangover. And I used to, because I used to drink beer. Obviously, you're drinking pints at a time. When I get to about my fourth pint, I'm going backwards and forwards to the toilet every 15 minutes, and you just wake up dehydrated to hell. So I like the fact that, and then whenever I got bloated, I started having whiskies. And I think for me 40th birthday, might be my 45th birthday, sort of 10 years ago, someone bought me a bottle of single malt, and that's kind of what I've drunk ever since. I don't get hangovers, and I'm not peeing every 5 minutes, and I don't wake up dehydrated. And surprisingly, when you drink more whiskey, you really can separate the different whiskies. It's surprising. You know, you think, I mean, I suppose it's like eating curries. My brothers can eat really hot curries. If I have a hot curry, super hot curry, all I just taste is a mouthful of fire and no flame and no flavour. So don't ever be worried about adding a little bit of water. It's just like having a milder curry. It just takes that heat down and you get more of the flavour. Absolutely, it absolutely is. It's like I don't know. Remember the first time when you were young, you ever tried Stilton? It tasted like a mouthful of sweaty socks. But you really begin to appreciate the taste and the flavour. And it is like a bit of a journey, I got to say. But it's a big hobby of mine. I really enjoy it. Now and again, me and my wife will go on some of these tasting. There's a nice hotel where I live, and they have these tasting nights. You pay like about 25 quid and you can drink yourself stupid. And the whiskey shop just a few doors up from the hotel, they run it, so you can taste all these whiskies before you buy them. But yeah, just keep trying it. Best thing to do is get yourself a bottle, something like a Glenlivet, nice easygoing whiskey, and just have one single a night, and before you know it, you'll really start to appreciate it. It's surprising how it grows on you when you don't think it does. And on that note, I think I'm about done, folks. Not the easiest of days today. So I'm down about 108. Another trade in a bit, and I'm back. Your palate changes. Yeah, it does. Yeah. I can't drink red wine now. It tastes like something. It tastes like wheat pop. Yeah. Chocolate and cheese go really well with that. But if you're a wine drinker and you move on to whiskey, wine just tastes weak. And obviously, as you say, your palate changes. So one winning trade on this today, and 2 losing trades on this, unfortunately. But that's fine. There is a bit of a learning curve, but I'm okay with that. I don't mind. I've given up worrying about losing money now. I'm just going to take the trades. If they win, happy days. If they don't, it is what it is. So Yeah, you too, Daryl. So happy birthday, Tone. I'll be back tomorrow. Is it Friday tomorrow? I think it's Friday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Friday tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow and we'll do it all again. So I'll leave you guys to it. So best of luck if you're carrying on trading. You're welcome, mate. Best of luck if you're carrying on trading. Failing that, have a great night. Don't drink too much, Tony. Ignore that. Drink whatever you want. Have a great evening. Stay. Hello, Karina. I know you'll be there in the background somewhere concentrating. You guys take it easy. Have a great evening. Stay safe. We'll catch up same time tomorrow. Bye for now.